Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our February the 13th, 2018 roll call meeting this evening. Let me get my phone off, and I suggest you turn yours off, too.
Well, we start with the mayor first, then.
Thank you very much. Let's start off with roll call from Mr. Clerk.
Bilicic. Kaufman Gomez.
Present.
Dutra. Garcia. Here. Hernandez. Rios.
Here.
Hurst.
Here. As you can see, we're starting a little earlier this evening. This is to make sure the important people are here and get things out of the way in a positive manner. And so let's first move to presentations and oral communications. We have A, B, and C. Let's start off with a presentation by Jesus Madrigal regarding the status of the Watsonville Farmers Market. Jesus, take it away. It's a good thing it's not Friday, right?
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jesus Madrigal. I manage the farmers market. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Rios, and thank you, city council members, for having me here. I'm going to try to go quick. I do have another thing that I need to go to. So mission statement is it's to strengthen the economy of the Pajaro Valley community, to provide fresh foods and horticulture products to Pajaro Valley residents, and to promote local farm products and educate on nutrition and sustainable agriculture. The way that we do it is through a collaboration of different organizations such as ALBA, Santa Cruz Second Harvest Food Bank, the Pajaro Valley Health Trust, which I know that Trina is a board member there, Santa Cruz County Public Health Department, WIC, Senior Council, Jóvenes Sanos, and I have Gabriela here, Sanchez from Jóvenes Sanos, and the California WIC Farmers Market program. So these organizations are important in our farmers market to be able to give fundings for our community, which is low income community, and I'm going to sum it up by, in this, I don't know if you guys have, you probably can't see the PowerPoint, but.
We see it here.
Okay, I see.
We have it on our monitor.
I see. Okay, so 2015, about $34,000 is actually being given to the residents of Watsonville, and this is through funding from CalFresh and a match program, which is some of those collaborators, such like ALBA, the Agricultural Land-Based Association, and also Second Harvest Food Bank. In the past 2 years, the Second Harvest Food Bank has been able to give us, $1,600 a year to give us an incentive for people to buy fresh produce at our farmers market. About $20,000 comes from the WIC, and is specifically for the farmers market, for women and children and infant to buy fresh produce at our farmers market. Some of the other monies that we give is through scholarships for Watsonville High School and the hydration system, and I'll talk to you guys about that in our next slide. And before I go to this slide, in May, usually we have the Diabetes Fair, and that's a collaboration with the Health Trust. And I haven't gotten that information, but it's been consistent in May, so we're looking forward to having that in collaboration with our farmers market. Jóvenes Sanos is an organization that has been helping us look at the different foods that we have at our market, and they work very closely with the vendors and looking for alternatives or ingredients that they can add to their food so that they can be more nutritious, such as instead of using like corn oil, using saffron oil. And they have some funding, and when they partner with some of those vendors, one of the things that they get, aside from the education, is also advertisement and signage. And it's a great organization, and as mentioned, I have here Gabriela Sanchez, who is part of that organization. One thing that we are going to be doing different or having this year is a hydration system, and this idea came so that we can actually give free water to some of the residents and community. As of now, there is a water fountain in the city plaza, but it's not functioning. And so one of the things that Jóvenes Sanos was able to look at was finding some funding for that. And the followings are just going to be pictures of things that we do. We've had Aztec dancing. We've had African drumming and dancing as well. And mariachi and folklorico. We had invited a small mariachi that are actually kids here from Watsonville and Aptos, and they all play in a little infant mariachi band called Alma Infantil de Mexico. And on the right side, you'll see Folklorico, and the Folklorico group is Estrellas Esperanza. They're here, local from Watsonville. Ruby Vasquez is a director of that program, and she is actually one of the daughters of one of her strawberry growers here. We had also a Baile de los Diablos, which is a Oaxacan traditional dance, and pumpkin decorations. And also those mosaic that you see in the main street, those were decorated at the farmer's market. And so it was a great idea. All the community were able to participate, put their little grain and be part of this great community. We have Senior Day as well. And Senior Day is usually in June or July. This is a sponsorship with the Senior Center or the Senior Council. They come every year, and they give about $2,000 for seniors to buy fresh produce. And we did a survey. The survey, we asked what would make the farmers market better, and some of the outcome was they wanted more music. They wanted to have it more family oriented, cleaner bathrooms, more produce stands, safety, and better lighting in the winter season. Safety was the biggest concern that people had, and one of the things that we're doing different is working with the city to try to make sure that we can have more police presence, at least doing walkarounds in the city plaza on Fridays. And changes in 2018, we are going to have every first Friday from May to October, we're going to have mariachi every first Friday. And I'm working on a jump house. It was meant to happen, but we're at a roadblock right now, looking for, trying to figure out the insurance piece. Jump houses are very expensive to insure. April or May we'll be having that hydration system, and we're hoping to have it ready by April. And working with Carmen from the Pajaro Commercial License Kitchen to try to do another farmer's market there on their site. She is very interested, and hopefully we can get your support for that as well. We are partnering with the city to rebrand the market and also have new signage. And that is a blessing. We haven't spent money on our signs. It's been about 17 years that this market has been operating, and thank you for partnering with us and helping with this important thing. And also, we are working on a winter celebration. So the farmers market is trying to, it's not trying, it is setting some monies aside to make this winter celebration more memorable, more festive, and we're working closely to achieve that. Some recommendations that I have would be more police presence, at least doing like a walkthrough on the plaza. Barricades, which I understand that is actually being worked on. It's a safety concern, just because we did have a vehicle go through the market once about 3 weeks ago. So it is something that we're working on, and I am happy to hear that it's one item that it's being addressed. And Peck Street has not been updated or resealed. That will be a recommendation, but I understand that the funding, it's always an issue, right? And then the lighting. I know that recently I've seen Main Street being lit up. It looks beautiful. I think that that is going to help have people feel more safe. So I also want to thank you guys for doing that. I know that there's also some other projects inside the plaza to have better lighting. And then we need some parking signs, but I'm sure that we can address that. And I'm just gonna play a little. I did like a little video, and I don't know if it'll play or not. I guess not. Who's that? So thank you guys. I don't know if you guys have any questions. Please ask any questions, or I also interested in knowing what we in the farmers market do to make a better farmers market.
Thank you very much, Jesus. 17 years is a long time at the farmers market, and I know that the community depends on many of the activities that take place there. Let's see if there's any questions from council. Councilmember Garcia.
Jesus, I congratulate you on the success of our farmers market. As a person, I usually just go to 2 vendors, and I won't mention, but I had no idea about the partnerships that you had and the issues that you address, such as nutrition, hydration, et cetera, et cetera. So I congratulate you with this. My question has to do with, you said in terms of the survey that safety came up as an issue. What makes them feel unsafe?
Well, some of the people, what they said was that there's a lot of, and I've witnessed this as well, there's a lot of homelessness, mental illness, and people who are drinking and also smoking pot or marijuana. And so the way that I address that is by letting people know that they need to leave and calling the police. Oftentimes when I ask them to leave, they do. And we called the police as well, but I understand it's Friday, and it's always, Fridays are the busiest day probably for the police enforcement.
And so one of the recommendations about having more police presence, just doing walkthroughs, how is the police chief responding to that request?
That is actually, I know that there is a police officer who is assigned to the city plaza. It's mainly trying to figure out how to have more presence. Or I understand that I had a conversation with a gentleman and the police officer. One of the things he mentioned is that on Fridays is very difficult because he has to also attend other calls as well. So we did had, about 5 years ago, we had a retired police officer who was at the farmer's market stationed there. And it was a very different feeling. There was less people drinking, less people smoking marijuana. And so if that is a possibility, I don't know what's the funding like, but that would create a safety, make the community feel more safe, and also create a better image for our city.
Thank you.
And thank you, Jesus. Let's see if Councilmember, former Mayor Rios has a question.
Well, first I want to thank you for giving us a presentation, and also thank you for the work that you do and all the partners, and also for every Friday you there to see some activities. I guess mine are questions, and just these are points that people have brought to me, and I myself, I like what I see, okay? But this is some of the issues that, especially some of the merchants, in your survey, I don't know if you spoke about or talked to the merchants around, and some of the concerns that they have is that, that was raised also for me today. I told them that there was going to be a presentation done, that some feel that there has become more food vending than vegetables and fruit. So that's one, okay, it's one concern. And I think that's the main one, you know. The parking, we're going to talk about that later, because we're in the process of fixing that. And I think that we're going to be talking about lighting, and I think also more community policing around there. I think we're going to do that. But how can we answer that question, you know, and help me understand to answer them that too, okay?
Of course. So one of the things that when we had this market at the beginning, it was only agriculture. We were close actually to shutting it down. It wasn't sustainable. So we started bringing more food vendors. The way that we have made, and the reason why we did it was we wanted to create a feeling of like a Mexican mercado or a Latino America mercado, where you can go buy your fresh produce and also get a bite and have a family, you know, sit around and enjoy the beautiful weather outside. So that was the main idea. The way that we have it at this moment is half of the vendors on one side on Peck Street is the food section, and the other side is the produce. In the winter, because of it's a seasonal product, it always shrinks. And so you are always going to see that. Unfortunately, for our community, one of the things that we've struggled is in bringing more agriculture vendors. Some of them, instead of selling their product at the market, they hold on and they go to a different market so they can sell it for $1.50 more a pound. And that is literally what happens. And so for us, in order to offset that cost, we raise more funds in with the food section, and we give it as an incentive with match, with coupons when the health with diabetes fair comes to our market. We give some monies for them to be able to spend monies on just fresh produce. So that is the difference. We try to offset the cost, and of course the winter it always shrinks. And in any market you'll see it shrink in the winter.
Have you gone around and talked to some of the restaurants owners and tried to get them on board? This one. And the second one is, what do you do about trying to get more vegetable vendors? What kind of outreach do you do for them?
Okay.
And
so
fruit. And fruit, yeah.
Fruit. So
Yeah.
with fruit, during the winter, there's really no fruit. Other persimmons or citrus. And for that, they come all the way from Fresno, so they're not willing to come all the way to sell. But in terms of talking to the restaurants, I have talked to a few of them, mainly what is that? Carmen, the Placita Vigil. So all the vendors there, I've had a conversation with them. The conversation has always been, how has our market affected you? From them, I have not heard any remarks saying that it affects. If anything, they say that it brings more people to the center area, and therefore they see their business. The only person that has basically come up to me and saying that they don't like the market is, is Franco, the person with the jewelry, and I think he owns another restaurant. But we had an extended conversation. He has different opinions. I respect that. But aside from that, I haven't had other. I tried to reach out to D'Angelo's as well. They only gave me a card, but I never got a hold of the owner. And the reason for that, one of the things that I wanted to do was figure out a way to get people to put awnings outside as a kind of for them to get more business. And so that was the idea. I know that before this market on Thursdays, that's basically one of the things that happened is that people like, I think there was I don't remember the name of that store. It wasn't a restaurant, but they sell boots and stuff like that. He said that they will put a booth outside of their store, and it'll bring more people in.
And the last question is, in terms of dates, the difference between Thursday and Friday. Can you answer that?
Sure. So Thursdays is very difficult because Cabrillo's in session. So there is not a lot of parking for people to come into the center area. And there's also already people from the ag producers who are committed to going to other farmers market. Fridays, the Cabrillo parking area, we are able to use that for our vendors to park their vehicles there, and also for some of the customers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesus. Mr. Dutra.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. I know it must be pretty difficult to try to get some of the local farmers to actually, come and sell their product. I've spoken to a few that's all they do are farmers markets, and they don't even come to Watsonville, even though they're from here.
Yes.
And you named a couple of things. They can get higher prices in other places, and I think sometimes they feel that when they do come here, they're not selling their product as much. My concerns are, as well as Councilmember Oscar Rios, and this is something that I do hear from a lot of people, is that, and there's nothing wrong with it, but that it's turned into more of a food type, Friday night, let's go out and hang out in the plaza and get some food, then rather than going to get fresh vegetables. We talked a little bit. You answered a lot of his questions about the problems, why. But is there anything what can we do to, I don't know, maybe kind of ease the minds of the restaurant owners that are around, because the more you add on to these restaurants, it takes away from their businesses. Maybe you can offer, we can work with them, offering them spaces to also be part of this experience on a Friday night. Or what can we do to bring in more, more of the farmers market is vegetables and fruits, right? So if we're going to have it a Friday night experience, then we maybe want to change the name to like maybe something else, and just say this is what Watsonville's doing. We're going to be having Friday night events, and it's going to be just, a lot of food vendors and sell it that way. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on either of those questions?
Okay, so a couple things. One, I did had an idea to try to get, I would say, more people purchasing fresh vegetables, and that was there's regulations and how the market needs to be set. There has to be a division between non-agriculture and agriculture, and one way to create more of a flow is to instead of having them separated, where it's food in one section like this, and then the other section is the vegetables, produce, having it just adjacent to like right next to each other all the way around. That will create more flow of people going around, and as a consequence, a person who sees some broccoli, hopefully they will reach out for that. But not only that, if we can increase the sales, I'm sure that more people will be willing to come to our market to sell fresh produce. That's kind of the works and the idea. That's what I'm thinking. Again, I don't know if it is going to work. It's something that I'm want to try. Let's see, what else did you ask me?
Just to piggyback on that question, I have a lot of friends that come just on Friday night just to eat there. So they love going and getting food and then
Right.
sitting around eating, and they don't even get fruits or
Right.
vegetables. So I'm thinking, maybe working, if there's going to be a different direction. I know you were talking about having Carmen. Was it Carmen you said?
Yes.
Working with her and another type of, I don't know what the idea is that you had with her. I had also heard that the trust was trying to think of doing something at the hospital so I've heard ideas, people are like wanting to do different farmers markets,
Right.
like more of a traditional. So I don't know if this could be, what are your ideas on that?
Yeah, so for what I would say for our downtown area, I don't see it. I envision it more being a mercado, just like we had when Nancy Gammons was managing. We had that conversation, and because we were so close and basically
Being shut down.
we introduced that, and that's what actually worked. I think that with at the hospital, it will be a total different environment. I feel that there's a potential for doing something completely different. However, in the center for market, it is more like a festival per se, and the Latino community, this is what they want, and that's what they like. And when we did the surveys, that is one of the things that they kept asking for: more music, more entertainment. Some of them said more food vendors. More produce. And in order to do that, during the winter is difficult. The summer we're full, and so.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesus. We're going to move along to, we've got 2 more presentations in an hour to get them. I would suggest that anybody with questions, the public or the council, have a meeting with Jesus, and I'm glad you're open to new ideas, and thanks for carrying on the tradition so well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's have our next presentation up. This will be Andrea Silvia Solano, Santa Cruz County Health Services Agency, Tobacco Control regarding flavored tobacco and youth appeal.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Andrea Silva Solano. I am a senior health educator and the project director for the tobacco education program at the health department. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today to talk about one of our program priorities, flavored tobacco. It's also a project of our coalition, the Santa Cruz County Tobacco Education Coalition, and Gina Cole from PVPSA is our longtime chairperson of that coalition, and this year we have a new chairperson. Her name is Rachel Kippen from the city of Watsonville as well. So we're excited to be here to share why flavored tobacco matters. And what we're learning is that lifelong addiction often starts out sweet. Okay, so the sweet flavors like watermelon, cherry, chocolate, mint, and gummy bear appeal to a certain market. These flavors mask the harsh taste and the harsh smell of tobacco, which makes it easier for users to initiate the use, sustain the use, and over the long term, a lot harder to quit. One of the reasons addressing flavored tobacco was identified as a high priority by the coalition is that we know research tells us that the earlier a user starts smoking, the more likely they are to become lifelong users of tobacco. So delaying the age of initiation is really critical in impacting long-term use and overall smoking rates. So in recent years, we've seen a decrease in cigarette smoking rates among young adults. At the same time, we're seeing an increased use of other tobacco products like e-cigarettes, smokeless tobacco, cigars, and all those are available in a wide variety of flavors. 2015 study of adolescents ages 12 to 17 found that a majority of youth reported flavoring as the leading reason for using tobacco. This included 82% of e-cigarette users, 79% of hookah users, 74% of cigar users, and 69% of smokeless tobacco users. This study also found that 80%, this is nationwide, of young people who ever used tobacco started with a tobacco product. Both the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and the U.S. Surgeon General have warned us that flavored tobacco products help new users establish habits that can lead to long-term addiction. Not only do flavors make it easier for new users to begin, but the presence of flavors like menthol in tobacco products make it more difficult for users to quit. So this is the primary reason for why it matters and why we're working on it, and the state has also established it as a priority. Some of the flavored tobacco products that we're going to talk about are cigars. They come in 3 different varieties: little cigars, cigarrillos, and then the large cigars. And you can see that a little cigar is very similar in size as a cigarette. Smokeless tobacco, including chewing tobacco and dip, snuff, and snus. There's also shisha, otherwise known as hookah tobacco, and liquid nicotine, or e-juice, or e-liquid. So cigars are very popular among youth, and many of the cigar brands that are popular among youth come in flavors such as apple, chocolate, grape, and peach. Other flavored names include names like Tutti Frutti, Oatmeal Cookie, and Fruit Squirts. In 2009, the FDA banned the sale of flavored cigarettes other than menthol because they were known to appeal to youth, but cigars and other products are exempt from this regulation.
That's why you don't see clove cigarettes anymore. Push for go. That's why you don't see clove cigarettes anymore, right? Those, I don't know, when I was in high school, that was what people smoked, but those flavored cigarettes, and those are not sold anymore.
Many studies indicate that cigar users misperceive these products as being healthier, less harmful, more natural, and then because they come in a wide variety of flavors, they're not as harsh, they don't smell as bad, so that contributes to the increased popularity among youth. A study found that 87% of adolescents who used cigarrillos in the past 30 days used flavored cigarrillos. So the reality is that cigars contain higher levels of nitrosamines, which are compounds that are known to cause cancer. They contain more tar, higher concentrations of toxins than cigarettes. Smokeless tobacco, including chewing tobacco, dip, snuff, and snus, come in flavors such as mint, wintergreen, berry, cherry, and apple. These products contain at least 28 carcinogens that can lead to gum disease, cancers of the mouth, the tongue, cheek, throat, stomach, pancreas, kidney, and bladder. Smokeless tobacco products also increase the risk of developing oral cancer by 80% and esophageal and pancreatic cancer by 60%. Shisha, also known as hookah or water pipe tobacco, is available in a wide array of fruit and alcoholic beverage and herbal flavors. Hookah smoking has been associated with lung cancer, respiratory illness, and periodontal disease. Many people falsely believe that hookah smoking is safer than cigarette smoking because it's done through a water pipe and it's smoother and it smells good and it tastes good. However, smoking hookah for 45 to 60 minutes, which is the average hookah session, is equivalent to smoking 100 or more cigarettes. So that's approximately 125 times the smoke, 25 times the tar, 2.5 times the nicotine, and 10 times the carbon monoxide as a single cigarette. So a study in 2014 found that teens that used hookah were 2 to 3 times more likely to smoke cigarettes or become current smokers than those teens that had not tried hookah. And then lastly, liquid nicotine solution, otherwise known as e-juice or e-liquid. This is the liquid that's used in electronic smoking devices and vapes. There are more than 7,000 e-juice flavors, including cotton candy, gummy bear, chocolate mint. There are also flavors named after brand-named cereals and candies like Captain Crunch and Wrigley's Big Red Gum. So we know that e-juice, when it's heated, it forms an aerosol, and that emits toxic chemicals known to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harms. Also, E-solutions contain varying concentrations of nicotine from 0 to up to 100 milligrams per milliliter. The lethal dose of nicotine is estimated to be 60 milligrams or less for an adult and 10 milligrams for a child. The toxicity of 60 milligram dose of liquid nicotine is similar to or even higher than that of cyanide. So the flavoring chemicals in e-cigarettes have been linked to severe respiratory illnesses. Excuse me. There's a chemical used to flavor the liquid nicotine. It's called diacetyl, and many of the e-juices have been found to contain levels which are unsafe for inhalation. When they're inhaled, it's associated with the development of severe lung condition called bronchiolitis obliterans, also known as popcorn lung, because it really looks like popcorn in the lungs, which causes irreversible loss of lung function. And there was a study done by the Harvard School of Public Health that detected diacetyl in 75% of the e-juices that they tested. So because flavors mask the harsh tastes and the harsh smell of tobacco, many people falsely believe that they're safer than non-flavored tobacco products. But flavored tobacco products are not only just as harmful as non-flavored tobacco products, but they're also just as addictive. Young people are more likely to use candy and fruit-flavored products. They come in familiar flavors, enticing packages. They're often sold in smaller packages for less than $1 and are promoted as a low-cost alternative to traditional cigarettes. So the question is, do these flavors truly attract kids? The recent declines in the youth cigarette smoking that I mentioned earlier have coincided with an increased use of e-cigarettes, hookah, and smokeless tobacco. And all these are available in flavor as well. The cigarettes are not. There's a statewide effort to raise awareness around flavored tobacco products. The Tobacco Free California has created ads that we plan to air here locally. They're available in both Spanish and English. And I wanted to share them. They're only about 25 seconds each. See if I can. Oh, here they are.
We showed these kids some items from a nearby store, but they didn't know they were all tobacco products.
Ooh, this is cool. It smells like yummy. This smells like strawberry. Are these mints?
Given that 80% of kids who ever use tobacco started with a flavored product, who do you think tobacco companies are targeting?
We get to keep any.
Okay, so that didn't really show. Do you know how to? All right, so.
Run, darling. You can just give me a minute.
Oh, is that what happened? Opened it twice?
Tobacco products.
Ooh, this is cool. It smells like yummy. This smells like strawberry. Are these mints?
Given that 80% of kids who ever use tobacco started with a flavored product, who do you think tobacco companies are targeting?
We get to keep any.
Hey, when are you gonna get your own? Here, have a ciggy.
So I escaped. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, but where's the? Go back to the presentation. Sorry.
We can't wait to be just like you.
Okay, so there's another version just like that available in Spanish. But I wanted to conclude the presentation with sharing some local data. So our program worked with local youth from Jóvenes Sanos to do store observations at over 180
Kids
stores.
breathe faster than adults. When you smoke indoors,
You stopped it?
the harmful chemicals move from room to room for up to 5 hours.
Thank you. We're here. So we worked with local youth from Jovenisanos to survey over 180 stores, both in 2013 and 2016. So we looked at a bunch of different products at local stores that were available, including tobacco, alcohol, fruits and vegetables, looked at the availability, the placement, and so what's relevant today is the availability of e-cigarettes increased from the first time we did the survey in 2013 from 34% to 57% in 2016. We found that 63% of the stores sold flavored tobacco products, 84% of the stores sold menthol products, and 60% of the stores near schools sold flavored products, tobacco products. 16% of the stores placed tobacco ads in kid-friendly locations, such as at kid level, that's 3 feet or below, or near candy or toys. And we are going to be doing the survey again in the coming years, just to see how our interventions impact our stores and what we still need to work on. So that concludes the presentation. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Let's take questions. Councilmember Garcia is first, then Mr. Dutra.
I requested that this presentation be brought to the council because we needed to become aware of this new strategy of flavored cigarettes and the target of our youth to use tobacco. So I've got a few questions. My first question is, what can Watsonville do, the city of Watsonville do, to address this issue of the usage of flavored cigarettes?
Well, like I said, this is a priority across the state, and all of our partners across the state, some of them just nearby, our neighbors, are already addressing flavored tobacco in their communities. City of Oakland, the city of San Francisco, San Mateo, Santa Clara have, just to name a few, have already enacted policies to either restrict or ban the sale of flavored products in certain stores or all their stores. There's a couple of options. Some of them have restricted the sale of them within a certain distance of youth-sensitive areas, and others have banned them at all their stores except for at stores that are primarily tobacco or 21 and over stores. But we definitely have model policies that we can share that could be customized to the needs of the city of Watsonville.
And I'm familiar with the model ordinance that exists. Can you send a copy of that model ordinance to our staff?
Of course.
So they can review. And in terms of the policies or ordinance that the cities that you mentioned have adopted, are there any legal ramifications?
So if they've had some pushback, but nothing has been overturned at this point, yeah, in the city of San Francisco. And I'm happy to look more into that. I don't know the details of any legal ramifications.
Because I read, like in larger cities like New York and I think Philadelphia or Chicago, that they were sued actually, but they won the lawsuit, that their ordinance were not overturned. So if you could get more information in terms of Watsonville City not being frightened in terms of a possible lawsuit for having this ordinance,
Sure.
that would be good.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Dutra.
Thank you. So I think people have been bringing to my attention, they're like, oh, do you see all these new smoke shops popping up all over Watsonville? I know one just popped up in the Target shopping center, right? Like, I would think it's ideal space for anything but a smoke shop. But we're seeing this more, this is happening now more in our community. Do you guys have a concern for this? Or what is your opinion on these smoke shops that are starting to pop up all over the place?
I missed it. I didn't know it was there. But I do know that the one popped up. I know, I'll have to go look. I really encourage everybody here to go take a field trip to one of these smoke shops just so that you can see what's out there. The good example I could use is the one that's right next to Nob Hill. As soon as Nob Hill stops selling tobacco products and CVS in the same shopping center stopped selling tobacco products, there was a smoke shop that popped up right there. And so, that kind of falls on your planning commission.
I agree.
Sorry.
I think this maybe did.
It might be a conversation for further about if you want to limit it. I know that they will have a tobacco retail license, So they will have to apply for that. Maybe there's a way to go about that as far as like limiting the number of tobacco retail licenses you want to have in the city. That might be one way to think about that. And so other than that, I don't know, other steps that we could take to combat that, other than, shortening the numbers, like decreasing the numbers of permits that are available, or licenses that are available for that kind of a shop.
I agree. I'm one council member here. If other people's would be supportive of it, you have my support on that. I would vote to limit the number of smoke shops that are allowed in Watsonville. If you can get 3 more votes, I'd be supportive.
What other communities have done is place some limits on where the tobacco shops can be opened, like if not within certain distances of youth-sensitive areas, that's one way, or limiting the number. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Ms. Coffin.
Mine has to go around the stings. I know that we do an alcohol sting where you're going to go in and either shoulder tap or going into some of the stores to see if they're making sure that they're 21 before they're getting a purchase. Are we doing anything like that along the tobacco line of products with any of the stores with the youth?
I know that the city, the Watsonville Police Department administers the tobacco retail licensing ordinance, which includes regular stings. Okay. So my understanding is that they're doing that.
And then have you, in any of the research that you've done, found some of the stores that are marketing in terms of the shelf space or the location of the shelves or where the product is, in terms of reporting it so that we can actually do the enforcement of the current policy that we have until we do make some better revisions on this? Have you done any check to see marketing?
So for we did the store observation that included some checking out where stores were placing things.
And that's been given to the PD for them to go back and do the enforcement? So that you've done it, but has it been received by our police department?
It's a separate survey that we've done, but we're happy to share that data with the police department. Yeah. Okay, and then I know that when we had met on an individual basis was packaging and whatnot, and I'm sure that we'll be very keen on reevaluating what we can do on that, on the logistics of policy side here. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much. And it's an interesting topic of prevention and keeping youth out of tobacco shops and keeping tobacco products away from youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our last presentation of the afternoon will be presentation by South County Homeless Work Group.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for inviting us here today. I'm Rainey Marr. I'm with the County of Santa Cruz, and I'm the Homeless Services Coordinator. And I've met many of you, but not all of you. And I wanted to bring a little bit of information to you about the South County Homelessness Steering Committee, what we've been working on, and you'll be hearing from some of our other members as well. Thank you. Some background is that in 2014, a very large, couple hundred community members came together over a year-long process to develop a strategic plan to address homelessness in Santa Cruz County. And one of the recommendations out of that plan was to create the position that I am now in as a homeless services coordinator. And although I do work for the county, I serve county-wide, and I work with all of the jurisdictions and most of the nonprofit providers that are supporting homeless services. And in the springtime of 2015, the United Way, who was one of the sponsors of the plan, did a big rollout and brought it to all of the various jurisdictions, and all of the jurisdictions, including yours, adopted that strategic plan. Fast forward to January 2016, my position was filled, and I began working on a number of things, including a focus on South County. Because in that strategic plan, one of the strategic priorities that was identified is addressing needs in South County. There's an inequitable distribution of funds. There's no day services down here. We don't have a lot of prevention services already in place, and we wanted to develop a more collaborative approach to how we work on this issue down here. So in, I think it was June of, let's see, how do I work this tomorrow? There we go. In June of 2016, I convened a group that was about 30 community leaders. Ms. Garcia has joined us at times. I've had Mr. Heffaker and Tamara from the city manager's office and numerous community providers participating. And we developed 3 working groups. One, prevention, to look at how do we serve, for example, school children and their families in order to prevent them from falling into homelessness. We focused also on winter shelter. We know that we have a need for greater emergency shelter here, and we knew we had a shelter that was underutilized. We wanted to understand why. Why do we have a shelter that's not getting used and not enough people getting sheltered? And then the other area was on developing plans for day services. What would that look like? What are the needs? How many people would we be trying to serve? And so on. So some of the accomplishments that we've had, and I'm going to just give you an overview, and then each of our committee leads are going to give you a bit more detail. But we have successfully retooled our winter shelter program, and we have gone from having an average of about 11 people per night at our winter shelter facility to almost at capacity, which is, I think, about 35 people per night. There's always greater need, but we've made huge strides, and we also brought in some new funding that's a combination of funding from the city and the county. So we have some base funding to work with. Additionally, through the county's core funding program, we were able to bring in $570,000 to fund prevention services for the South County Collaborative, and Maria Elena de la Garza will tell you more about that. And additionally, the county funded $15,000 for a warming center program that's operated by Brent Adams, and that is a coldest, wettest nights pop-up kind of winter shelter program that can accommodate people who want to get in and out of the cold and out of the weather. In fall of 2017, we were awarded the Homeless Initiative of the Year by the Smart Solutions to Homelessness organization. And I guess I should thank you. If you could just do that, that would be great. So I actually have copies of this from the California State Legislature. We have a certificate of recognition for the South County Homelessness Steering Committee, and I'm going to pass that around for all of you. So we've made great strides. It's been, a lot of work getting everybody to come to the table and think about what do we need, how do we go about it. And I'll come back at the end of the presentation to talk to you about next steps. But right now I'm going to turn it over to our, Helen, who's going to tell you more about one of our committees. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Helen Ewan-Story. I'm the Assistant Director at the Community Action Board. And I've had the honor, really, of being on and then the co-chair of the Steering Committee's Day Center subcommittee, which has included representation from the Pajaro Valley Shelter Services, the city, the Homeless Persons Health Project, Salvation Army, and other organizations. And as you can see, thank you, Tamara, we came up with a list of ambitious goals. One of the things that came up in the presentation around the farmers market, and that was some of the discussion that we've had in our subcommittee, is just the needs for, homeless day services in the downtown area in particular, of course, other areas as well. So those are some of the issues that we've been talking about in the subcommittee. And so what we wanted to do is explore what were models for day centers. We did some research. We took some site visits. We visited the Homeless Services Center in Santa Cruz, as well as the Salvation Army site down in Seaside, and had wonderful visits there where we took lots of notes and really noticed what were some of the best practices coming out of those centers. So we completed that work this time last year, January through March of 2017. And then our second goal was to create a list of current day center services, what was available temporarily and maybe not necessarily organized, but resources that we knew about. So we put that together in a resource list and used it amongst the partners to kind of fill the gaps while we were working on some of our medium-term and then longer-term goals. And so goal number 3 was planning for short-term, again, temporary between 3 to 5 years, day services center in South County. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. in a minute. Goal 4 obviously is a plan for a longer term or permanent day services center. And again, thinking about 4+ years from that materializing. So in terms of goal 3, which is our shorter term or medium term physical space, we've really worked with one of our partner organizations, the Salvation Army, to identify usage of facility there. And as you can see, we discussed a variety of different locations and options. Obviously, Salvation Army was already conducting sort of a social environment, a SWOT around use of facility. And so our committee sort of dovetailed in terms of looking at that as a temporary location for day services. We are hopeful that when the winter shelter services are over in April, that this would be a location for us to start these day services. In terms of researching best practices and effective models, some of the services that we saw that were really most essential and most effective in terms of day center services revolved around showers, clean showers, secure lockers for clients, washers and dryers, mail services, internet access, things that basically help folks function and function well, even while they're experiencing homelessness as much as possible. And one of the obvious advantages of the 104 Grant Street location with Salvation Army is that much of that infrastructure already exists there, including shower facilities, lockers for 30, a washer and dryer. And then there's certainly space for mail services, and we've talked about internet access as well. I know that Captain Harold is here, and he will talk more about some of the funding needs. But we really talked about obviously needing some additional funding and support to help with things like staffing, initial equipment, computers, appliances, things like that. And of course, we're looking for donations as much as possible, but also know that we need the support of funders and partners to make this really happen. Utilities fees and administrative fees. Anytime you're involved in this kind of service provision, there's a requirement to have, intake and registration and have that be part of the HUD-mandated Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS. So that would be another aspect of the programming, as well as funding needed for that. The last thing I want to say is we're really envisioning this as a hub for services for folks, and so there would be space for like the county's homeless persons health project to come and meet with clients there, help folks sign up for benefits or other resources that they're entitled to. And really have it be a one-stop shop for that, for folks to get plugged into additional resources, income, and then, like I said, those basic needs that folks need to be successful and functioning. Thanks.
Thank you. More presentations and speakers on this item?
As Helen pointed out, we've come a long way. Our property there at 104 Grant Street is currently being heavily utilized by the winter shelter program. That if you can say that it's successful, it is very successful in that it now has an average of 35 people per night, where just 2 months ago we were averaging 11 people per night. So obviously that's that many more people that are no longer sleeping outside, and we're okay with that. Some of the other huge improvements are that program now also serves women and children, and the unfortunate side is it serves women and children. And we now average 7 women per night, and we have had multiple families on site. I wish I didn't have to say that, but it is, and it does. So the need is obviously there, and the winter shelter currently is fulfilling that need. That said, here we are 2.5 months into it, and we're already at capacity. The building is created to hold 38, and there have been nights where we've had more than 38. Anyway, so that program is not only going better than we had thought, it also looks like it will come in well under budget. And I'm going to make a joke. You're politicians, so you probably don't know under that word under budget. You know, come on, you laugh, that's okay. It's well under budget. We're very, very excited about that as well. So that brings us to our other plans for the day center. Half of the building can be utilized as a one-stop day center for homeless services. As Helen pointed out, we have current partnerships with the Homeless Persons Health Project, the Homeless Service Center, many other organizations, the Department of Employment and Housing. They come and they speak with our clients, they interview our clients and work on both employment if that is their need, housing if that is their need, everything from rehabilitation if addiction is one of their issues, and if you're around homelessness long enough, addiction is always becomes one of the issues. I was mentioning to our director yesterday that we do not want to go back to the days of running a shelter. Right? The Army doesn't. I don't believe that Watsonville does. What we do need, however, is a vehicle to get people that are experiencing homelessness for whatever reason to not experience homelessness anymore. So that's the model that we're going after. While we give them a very temporary place to be, we want to put them in contact with whatever service that they need to get out of the situation where they are. Now that means, of course, that for the families, we've done referrals to Pajaro Valley Shelter Services and to the different agencies in town and in the county, and we will continue to do that and broaden that as much as we can. To continue those services, of course, after April 15th means that we're going to have to come up with some funding for the day center. And the day center fulfills a lot of needs, most of which were outlined in the all-in plan that was done by the United Way a couple of years ago. Whether it be, they mentioned showers and storage lockers that were secure, internet access for jobs, laundry facilities, especially for those that go for job interviews, things like that. So the day center is designed to provide all of those services and mail services as well, because we often realize that without an address, employers do not want to employ you if you can't even prove that you have a real address. So we're working with the post office as well in providing mail services to homeless clients there at the building. But again, as always, it comes back to funding. Any questions?
Let's see if there's questions. Councilmember Hernandez.
We have one more speaker on this item, if you don't mind.
Oh, yes.
All right, let's hold our questions then until we have the full presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I'm Maria Elena de la Garza with the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County, and I get to talk to you about two strategies that have happened in our community as a result of many hours of work and investment that I think you would be really interested in learning about. So these two strategies are strategies that were funded by the county core process. And that we worked really hard to get to South County. And I got to tell you, it was intentional. It was intentional that we created a collaborative in South County to be responsive to the core process. It was intentional that we brought together a continuum of experts that provide the services so that we could, one, ensure that there was this circular system of support for folks dealing with homelessness, and number two, that we ensured equity in resources for South County. It was an intentional strategy, and I need you to know that. Our partners, many of them are in the room. Raise your hand if you are a partner in the collaborative. You can see that there are 5 partners here. CAB is the lead agency in this collaborative, PVUSD in their Healthy Start program, PVSS in the Shelter Services program, FIT and CRLA are all part of this collaborative. And the focus, we knew that children who experienced homelessness had permanent impacts on their educational outcomes. We knew this. And so we knew that we wanted to not only provide support for the children in school and the families through this collaborative, but also to look at prevention strategies and how do we help people not get into homelessness situations. And you know, the goal of the South County Housing Collaborative was to focus on improving housing stability and educational outcomes for homeless and at-risk families. And our goal was to serve 44 families referred through the Healthy Start program. To date, we've already served 67 families, and we're not at the end of the year yet. I think what's important for you to know that we have impacted the lives of 138 children from our school district. And so we're well on our way. I think it's also important to share with you our educational benefits that I think were pretty astounding for me to learn about, and I want to share with you. 38% of the students have demonstrated improved school attendance. 80% of the students have reduced school disciplinary actions, and 20% of the students have improved grades. That's real. That's real. So we're really proud of this work. We're proud of the partnerships that we've created. We've strengthened the services, and we're going to continue to strengthen the services. One of the gaps in the collaborative that has, to no one's surprise, has risen up are the need to navigate housing for folks. There's language barriers, there's lack of access to systems, and so our coordinator, Angie, raise your hand, Angie, spends a lot of her time responding and helping connect people, helping people fill out applications to MidPenn and some of the developments, just that kind of navigation piece that has come up with the work. The other strategy I want to share with you is something that Rainey talked a little bit about in terms of a new strategy for our community, which is the Coldest and Wettest Nights, the Warming Center program with Brent Adams. And Brent was not able to be here today. He's at City Council in Santa Cruz, and so I promised that I would share with you what he wanted me to share with you. And so I want to start off by sharing, and we can get this to your inbox. If you don't have this, you want to have this. We have a outreach flyer with Coldest and Wettest Nights and winter shelter information. So you as a council member want to have this in your inbox, and we can share, most certainly. And also Brent's looking and recruiting for volunteers because he is a volunteer-based program. The services are, as Rainey said and as Brent describes them, as a low-cost, effective emergency pop-up shelter that doesn't compete with winter shelter. It exists and opens on the Coldest and Wettest Nights only, and they have a live person answering the phone for people to get information, which I think is really, really important, that it's not someone trying to navigate a system. They get information. Brent's volunteer committee is doing street outreach and making sure that people know what the program offers. They offer a big pot of soup. It's currently housed at the Presbyterian Church on Beach Street, and the contract is for 20 nights, the Coldest and Wettest Nights this winter. I think it has elevated our ability to serve the homeless community, and if I were in your seat, I would be very proud of our community in this work. Thank you.
Just a couple of closing remarks. So at this point, very pleased to say that the effort to date has brought in about $660,000 new dollars into Watsonville to serve the homeless population here. We have this amazing new collaborative, which you just saw the diagram for that, these agencies coming together in a way that they never have before. And it has really been my pleasure and my honor to work with this group of people, the South County providers and staff that have worked on this are amazing. They're committed. They're very thoughtful and compassionate, and I think that we've really accomplished a lot. And we're utilizing resources that we have in a better way, thanks to the Salvation Army's partnership. And so from this point, we're going to kind of tighten up the role of the steering committee. We're going to focus next on how do we implement the day services center. And I'm going to suggest that maybe we want to start thinking about it as a navigation center where we're really not just sheltering people, we're not just giving them the basic services, but we are in fact helping them get onto that path to permanent housing. But one of the key pieces we're going to be focusing on also is funding. How do we bring in the grants? How do we seek funding from private donors, from federal and state sources that we may not already be getting? Because it is a fact, it remains a fact, that Watsonville has less funding for homeless services than other parts of this community, and we do want to address that. So we are going to be continuing to meet. I think we're going to be a slightly smaller, perhaps more focused group, and the two key areas of our focus in this upcoming year probably will be getting that day center up and running and seeking new funding. So I would open it up to questions, and I'll answer what I can, and others from the committee may be able to.
Well, thank you very much. We'll start out with Member Hernandez, but before we get to his question, let me ask mine. How about mental health, and where does the role of mental health and mental health treatment fit in this model?
In the model that we have, we don't have the mental health piece built into it because the Health Services Agency for the county has mental health services programs that they do deliver in South County. However, what I would say is that when we have a facility where we're able to provide services for the homeless, it is our intention to bring county health and mental health services on site. We would be bringing county human services on site. So that's the model we're using with our winter shelter program in North County, and we're trying to bring that online everywhere we're providing homeless services. We want to have those county mental health, and human services on site.
Thank you very much. Member Hernandez, and then Mr. Rios.
It was slightly mentioned about rehabilitation services, but I'd like to find out a little bit more what those rehabilitation and recovery partnerships are. And, I think Lowell mentioned it. Homelessness and mental health goes hand in hand a lot of times, oftentimes. Yeah. And, I didn't hear it mentioned about any referrals to the county mental health services, but can that relationship, because, people really do have to also stabilize their lives sometimes, and they need those services, I think. We see it here in downtown, the case when they broke the windows, of course they needed recovery and rehabilitation services, and possibly some of the mental health services as well, and it's something that's desperately needed here in South County with some of the homelessness that we're experiencing here.
I entirely agree with you, and I think that any homeless services model needs to include that. And I think that, we have new programs and services coming online through the county's Health Services Agency under Whole Person Care grant that the county received, a HOPES model, which is about being able to do referrals, assessment, and intake of homeless people and referring them to the right county mental health type of programming. And then there's also Drug Medi-Cal, which has just come on board, which provides new funding for substance use treatment. And I think that as we get kind of down into the real nitty-gritty of the planning for navigation/day services, that is absolutely going to be a part of the model and how we do that.
Member Rios?
First, I want to thank you. I want to thank all the groups. I'd like to thank everybody that's participating in this program. It really takes a lot to deal with the homeless issue and all the things you have mentioned. And I know that it takes a lot of dedication from all of you doing this. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to really thank you very much for doing that. Homeless is a nationwide issue, statewide issue, a county issue. So it's going to have to be dealt that way. But in the meantime, we can't wait. And I keep seeing videos being sent to me from cities all over. And even, when I go to the Bay Area, I go to Oakland or San Francisco, you really get to see what's going on. And Just, I think it was last week, I was talking to somebody that works in Caltrans on Highway 17, and he was saying that a lot of time is just being spent on cleaning where all the homeless live in the highway. So they take so much time in a certain place that they don't take care of the rest of the place. But for us in Watsonville, I think you answered already the question that I wanted to bring about the mental problem. But you have any idea of what can we do about a continued cycle of, I don't know what it is, but people being sent to our area from the county to live in a lot of these the hotels, single room hotels. Any idea of that? And I know that that they need housing, but I think a lot of people feel that we have become a dumping ground. Any thoughts about that?
I understand the sentiment. I've certainly heard it from some of you that I've had individual conversations with, and I think that there's my role is to implement what's recommended in the All-In Strategic Plan, which does talk about a distribution of all services, including housing, across all parts of the county. And I think, I'm committed to looking at putting services everywhere, housing everywhere, not just in this area. I know that there are existing contracts that are with like the Housing Authority and Front Street Housing and others that have designated some of your hotels as SROs, and I don't know going forward what your plans about those are, but I'm constantly looking for any and all opportunities for housing for folks, and I think that we just have to keep being creative and thinking about all of our options.
Member Garcia, you're next.
I want to congratulate you and thank all the 3 work groups. It just totally amazes me because I went to those first meetings and I thought, oh my God, this is overwhelming. And now for you to come and say, but we've been able to do this, I congratulate you on that. My question is, we're policymakers, and so in terms of policy that Watsonville may have that may support or address homelessness, have you identified any weaknesses or gaps that perhaps we need to look at?
That's a really good question. The answer is no, but I think that it's a really good area to think about and something that, I don't know, perhaps could be explored with staff. Are there issues that you're trying to deal with that may stand in the way of implementing the kinds of solutions that we want? I can give, examples of, we want to be able to site services in a certain area, but we can't because the zoning doesn't permit it, or we can't do, certain types of housing because the codes, don't allow for it. Those kind of things could matter a lot. I haven't done an analysis of that for your community. I haven't done an analysis like that really for any of them because I'm not on the housing side of it. But I think most of the policy issues are going to relate to land use. Some of them could have to do with, criminalization of homelessness. I mean, I think there's a growing pressure to decriminalize homelessness and not to have policies and ordinances on your books that make the business of being homeless a crime, sleeping, camping, all those kinds of things. There's more pressure from HUD, where we get a lot of our funding, to remove those policies that are on your books. But I think it's an excellent question. Okay.
Member Kaufman Gomez.
Thank you. I'd like to first off have you address this question on congratulating Maria Elena de la Garza for the Tony Hill Award. If you can talk a little bit about that, and again, congratulations. I think that the audience here, as well as our community, would like to know what that meant, and that we have an honoree in our presence.
I would defer to Maria Elena on that.
Would you share with us your award?
Well, thank you. Yes, so last week, a week ago, last Friday, I was told that I had been selected for the Tony Hill Award through UCSC and the Martin Luther King Convocation. And it was a great honor. Those of you, and I know Lowell knew Tony, who is recognized for his work in social justice, his commitment to make change happen, and his ability to bring communities together. I get chills just thinking about it, to make change happen. And I'm honored to have been nominated and to be part of this community on all levels of the community that we're committed to make change happen and make this a stronger and better place.
And
So thank you.
Congratulations, it was well deserved.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Maria Elena.
I had just a couple more questions that I had left here. Is one of them has to do with the per capita question. You're saying that the resources here that were lower on the per capita for the money coming in to help the number of homeless that we have in this community. Where should we be? Where are we at? Do you know those figures?
I don't have per capita funding figures. The work that came out of the All-In strategic planning process identified the disparity in funding. I wasn't involved in the work of arriving at those metrics, but through my work on the Homeless Action Partnership, just as a point of example, the amount of funding that goes towards North County Winter Shelter, it's $485,000 a year currently, and for South County, it's about $75,000. So that's an example. That's not to say that there aren't, equal services provided from the County Mental Health Services Agency or the Homeless Persons Health Project or others. I think that the county's health and human services delivery is equivalent. The winter shelter funding is a combination of funding of the cities and the county, and there's sort of partially a reason why that funding kind of went sideways. There was a loss of HUD funding, back in I think 2012, and it was never restored because the Teen Challenge program that's been operating the winter shelter program did not and could not receive federal funding. They did not want to. And in prior year, even before that, my understanding historically is that the Salvation Army was carrying a lot of the cost of the winter shelter program that they were operating on, and they didn't ask for any increases. So as North County was escalating their costs, South County was not. And so it now is in this imbalance. And then I think some of it could also have to do with the aggressiveness with which providers and the city itself perhaps seeks funding, outside funding for the purposes of addressing homelessness. And, I haven't done a deep analysis of that, but I think those are some of the factors.
Yeah, I serve on the Salvation Army Advisory Board as well as the Community Action Board, so I'm getting a lot of information regarding this particular topic, and it's been very helpful for me, so thank you for sharing that with me and allowing me to participate with the organizations. The other question that I have come up is, we're just a bridge away from another county.
Right.
And this is not a situation where it's this county or that county when we're 100 yards from one to the next.
Mm-hmm.
What resources are we getting to help facilitate people that would be crossing that bridge back and forth in Monterey County here?
Well, I don't have an answer to what we're getting from Monterey County. We don't. What I can tell you is we do have someone from Monterey County, actually a couple people from Monterey County that have come and participated in our steering committee work, but we have not yet built any specific or deliberate partnership with them around how we would share delivery of services, and that's something we probably should explore.
I hope so, and thank you very much for your presentation. It was very
welcome.
helpful for the community to understand this better.
Good.
Mayor Pro Tem Dutra.
Thank you. Thank you, Rainey, for coming today and speaking. I've been working on this homelessness for the 3-4 years I've been here. I've been the president of the Provo Valley Shelter Service for the last 2 years before I was just a board member. I just want to briefly talk about the Monterey County. We have been very successful reaching out, not only diversifying our board with people from Monterey County, but now we have now purchased 2 new properties on the other side of the bridge. So we were able to get funding from Monterey Cares, and we're hoping to even get more funding through other parts of the county because of our diversification. So that's something that maybe you should look into, or other people can look into, is creating these relationships with people on the other side of the bridge so that we could be more successful. You can talk to Kimberly, I'm sure. We've been very successful so far. We're very excited for the work we're doing with Monterey County.
Wonderful.
So I want to say thank you, Maria Elena. I mean, the creating with the other 4 organizations, we thank you. That was really big for our community. Congratulations as well. And so, again, partnership building is really important, and I see that it's, that's how we're going to be successful. When we're able, at least at the shelter, now that we have 2 new homes, when we are able to give the people a check at the end of the day saying, this is what they were able to save, we gave them the tools to walk away from here so that they never have to be homeless again, that is really, that's rewarding. So I'm hopeful and I'm thankful. But as we know, homelessness is a much bigger issue than just what we're dealing with. I'm also working with businesses because trash in the sloughs is becoming, it's creating a toxic environment for our waterways and our birds and our fish and even for people in general. There's many cases where there are needles left behind and there's garbage and there's feces, and these are things that the residents don't want to have to see or deal with, and nor should they. They shouldn't have to go out and have to worry about their child stepping on a needle. That is just the fact. We have to figure something out here. We just had a woman punched in the face by a homeless person last week here downtown Watsonville. We have to figure something out with the mental health and the drug addiction. So I'm with you. We got to find a solution. We got to stop band-aiding everything because that's what we've been doing for a long time. Whatever Santa Cruz is doing, they're doing it wrong because we see the impact that it's having on their community. And before we do anything here in Watsonville, we need to make sure we're going to do it right. So I think that we need to continue working together and creating the solutions that are going to work for us. My fear is that we're going to create these centers and we're going to have everybody fled down here like they flooded to Santa Cruz, and we're not going to be able to control it like Santa Cruz is not able to control it now. So we need to make sure whatever we do here is correct. I am supportive of a center. I don't know if the Grant Street's going to be the right place for it, and that's something we need to start this conversation today. We can all sit up here and say, this is great, let's just do it, but I don't want to come here when we're supposed to be done 3 to 5 years of building this, and the community is going to have, or the community or the city, because we're building it down in an area where they want to revitalize it downtown, or there's homes and there's homes surrounded by it, and they don't want to have it there. We need to deal with that today so that we can build it where it needs to be built, and that we're going to have a community buy-in. We have to have the community buy into this process. And so I suggest that instead of, yes, we're all in support, but we need to figure out how it's going to work for the community as a whole. So if that means starting conversations with the city now, or so that we can figure out the right place if it's not going to be there, or start working with the neighbors, start working with the downtown businesses, we got to do that now. We got to lay the groundwork now, because you guys are raising money for something that could be stalled because we're not going to put in the right efforts to make sure that it can be accomplished. So that's my advice to you.
Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I want to thank all the partners. This is a great big issue that still needs more work. Councilmember Bilicic.
First of all, I want to congratulate all the partners. I think it's really important that you are addressing this issue. It's a big issue. I don't know. Someone said this is not a shelter. What does that mean?
So there's sort of two pieces that we're working on. One is using an existing building that has been providing some shelter and redesigning how that's delivered so that it's increasing the utilization. So shifting from a program managed by Teen Challenge to a program managed by Salvation Army. So that's the building on Union Street that's currently got roughly 35 people sheltering in it.
Is there one at Union and Maple?
I would have to defer to Captain Harold on the particulars of the building.
Used to be one there, but I don't know.
But the day services, as such, is intended to be a very small pilot initially, also in the same building, so that it would be used during the day for the day services and used for winter shelter or overnight emergency shelter at night. Again, this is viewed as a small pilot, and as far as longer-term plans for any construction or anything more substantial, that's definitely some of the staff work that we're going to be digging into as part of our work in the upcoming year.
Yeah, I would just add to Rainey's comments, Councilmember Bilicic. So the great work that the South County Steering Committee has completed over the last year has been a great start, but there's obviously a lot of significant work to still be done. And so we are going to be evolving the South County Committee into a South County homeless leadership team with many of the nonprofit partners, and community partners that were part of the South County Steering Committee. And again, as Rainey stated, the focus of that work is going to be getting day center services off the ground. It's something we've talked about for quite some time. We're excited about being able to partner potentially with the Salvation Army on that work, as Captain Harold mentioned earlier. And again, we will be bringing updates to the council over the next year. There's a lot of work left to do.
Again, thank you very much, partners. This concludes our afternoon. We're out of time, and we need to move to our closed session. But thank you very much for your effort, and we need to continue the dialogue. This brings us to public comments regarding the closed session. These comments will only be accepted to the City Council at this time. Are there any public comments on the closed session? Seeing none, we'll adjourn this meeting and return at 6:30.
Maria Elena.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm ready to go. Council ready? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at the Watsonville City Council, February 13th, 2018. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Bilicic.
Present.
Kaufman Gomez. Dutra.
Here.
Garcia. Here. Hernandez.
Here.
Rios.
Here.
Hurst.
Here. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much and welcome. We have a long agenda tonight, as usual. We have translation of service over here if anyone needs it. Let's commence with written and reports only. You've got the report of disbursements, miscellaneous documents reports, and we'll move forward with presentations and oral communications. First, we'll have communications from the public. Anyone who wishes to address the public on items on our agenda, or we'll have to wait for those items to come up, but if you would like to address us on items that are not on our agenda, this is the public time to do so.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Joe Running Lion. That's my tribal name. I reside at 319 2nd Street. I'm a long life resident of Watsonville, 47 of those years at 319 2nd Street. My home number is 761-5306. I'm here today to share with you an incident that happened on October 29th of last year. It had to do with an incident that happened at Target. I had set up an appointment to go see them in or about 2:30 that afternoon. I was allowed into their security area. I set up an appointment with the store manager, and while I was in their secure area, which they allowed me to go in, the HR manager comes out and asks what I was doing there. So I explained to him that when I was in line the previous day, there was some thievery going on there, and about, I would say $1,000 worth of electronic equipment being sold for $16. All I was just trying to do is, hey, inform him. At the time that happened, the register was left abandoned with me and all my items on the counter. The females over there just ran off. I said, wow. I knew what had happened. My wife has worked there before, so I know the protocol. So when I got there, again, talking to the HR manager now, I explained the situation, and then all of a sudden, he went into dumbfounded mode. I don't understand you. Understand you. Says, I finally looked and listened. I'm speaking to you in perfectly good English. I said, what's the deal? You have something going on here with the girls or what? At that time, he took a chance. He assaulted me. He held me there, had a security force come in. Hey, I let him just do it. After his security force got there, I asked for the police. Well, once the police got there, the HR manager got everything changed around and tried to get me out of there on trespassing charges. You may think this is an isolated incident, but it is not. Since 1995 to 2010, when I was advocating for high school students, or I should say, any and all students that were thrown away from the PVUSD or any other school system. And I found that kids from New School, kids from Cesar Chavez Middle School, and some of the high school kids from PV High were illegally detained, illegally searched and seized, and then found with no credible incident any time, then kicked off the property. Well, when it happened to me, what is this council going to do? Because I know some of you are running on an SI issue, social injustice, the medical stuff is out of control. There's a lot of other stuff out of control here in your own backyards, and you've been ignoring it for too long. You may have been you've been not aware of it up to this point. You've been aware. All I'm saying is I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to run it up the corporate chain. 2, get a class action suit. 3, this happened in our city, to a prominent person like myself. You tell me we haven't sold out our town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez. Next speaker, please.
That is certainly a disturbing account, and I hope you take action to protect the public from this kind of assault. My name's Marilyn Garrett. I'm a retired teacher from this school district, Pajaro Valley Schools, and I want to talk about another type of assault, which is from microwave radiation and negative biological effects. And this detection meter is just one example of detection of this involuntary exposure to microwave radiation. It has a sound component, one of the factors in killing the bees, and these are not natural in nature. Speaking about the bees, this is a huge agricultural area, and right where we are, it's one of the prime areas, and bees are needed to pollinate a huge percentage of our crops. There's a Pacific Crest apiary. It used to be Pacific Crest Apiary. I had visited it on Calabasas Road near White Road, and I want to update you as far as I know of what's happened with that property related to this type of microwave trespass. This is on the part of T-Mobile. The former owners of the property, Ed and Dana Mumm, were persuaded by the telecom. Ed Mumm, he had dementia at the time, his wife didn't realize it, to sign to have a wireless facility on their property. It just, she ended up selling the property. She knew it would kill the bees, sold the bee business to someone else. And this went, the approval of this went before the zoning administrator of the county, though it's Watsonville, it's a county jurisdiction. She could not get out of the contract. The contract goes with the new buyer of the property. 78, this is rural, this is residential agricultural area, approved for a 78-foot tall radiation emitting, cancer causing, debilitating cell tower, this beautiful area. 6 remote radio units, a microwave dish, a generator, 3 platforms, cement for 3 additional carriers. This is an industrial toxic site in neighborhoods. This is going on all over, and we need you to oppose it and to defend the public from this type of assault. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Hi, Council. My name is Lisette Bedoya. I was born and raised here in Watsonville. I live on Marchant Street. And I'm just here to invite you to our 2 events that are happening this year. The first one is on March 8th. It's the International Women's and LGBTQ Day. And that's to honor women and LGBTQ from all over the world, to educate people of badass women and LGBTQ POC that have done so much for us in the past, present, and what's to come in the future. And the next one is for April 14. It's the Walk to Stop the Silence. We renamed it this year. It's Voice Your Truths, Walk to End Child Sexual Abuse. And that's to increase awareness about childhood sexual abuse and to reach out to those that are victims. And these are going to be hosted by Revolunas. And Revolunas are a group of women of color, and they are committed to the healing of women of color, youth, and QT-POC through spirituality, creative expression, community building, and education. So we would like to see you all there in support of us and our community. And I thank you for listening to me, and you all have a great night. I'm going to go back to school, to class.
Thank you
Bye.
very much, Ms. Lucette. Yes, we have a question for you.
In March 8th, I didn't hear a location for that.
These are all happening here at the plaza.
Oh, at the plaza? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And what time?
Okay, so I'm so sorry. So for the International Women's Day, it'll be from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then for the walk, it'll be from 9 a.m. from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council on items that are not on our agenda?
Good evening, Mayor Hurst, members of the council. My name is Murray Fonts. I'm a Public Works Principal Engineer, and I'd like to remind you that next week is National Engineers Week, which also means it's an opportunity to make lots of comments about egg jokes. The city will be hosting its 15th annual egg drop competition hosted by the City of Watsonville Public Works Department engineering staff. Members of the community are invited to build a device that will keep a raw egg from breaking when dropped from the exceptional height of 60 feet at the top of the parking structure. Participants include children from the city's award-winning environmental science workshop. The exciting fun to watch the devices as they are launched in the alley between the Civic Center and the post office. The city publishes the event through various media sources, and it is often covered by the newspaper. Sometimes celebrities show up. This year, the Watsonville Library and its STEAM program are participating. The library prepared the bookmark shown in this slide and that the council members received this evening. STEAM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Art, and Mathematics. Here are some STEAM members with excited expressions as they build their excellent devices for this year's competition. You are invited to join us for the egg drop competition at 4 o'clock on Thursday, February 22nd in the alley between the Civic Center and the post office, and for a reception hosted by the library at 5 o'clock at the same location. That concludes my invitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fonts. It sounds very exciting. Anyone else wish to address the council on items that are not on our agenda? Please step forward.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm here. My name is Kevin Cordova. I'm the head football coach at Pajaro Valley High School. What I'm here to address is not on the agenda for tonight. But I did want to take the time, since we don't have a huge PV crowd here like last time, to address your efforts and to thank you guys for all the work that you guys have done behind the scenes to get our permit for our field and construction at our school to the point where it's at the current point in time. I do look forward, obviously, to seeing the vote from that permit on the next agenda for the next council meeting. But I do want to let you guys know that even though there's not a huge PV crowd here, there are a lot of people back at our school that understand the efforts that you guys have gone through the last several months to get our permit to the point that it's at right now, and applaud your efforts and are waiting on, hopefully, positive news from that in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach. We, too, think that's very important. Mr. Montoya, you have anything to add to that?
Mayor, Council, I can add that I know that the staff of the city and the school district have been working diligently over the last 2 months. We do have a meeting actually scheduled, I believe, for tomorrow at like 9:30 in the morning with the school district staff and our staff to try and finish through the dynamics of the permit and see if we can bring it as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Can the next speaker approach the microphone, please?
I'm here. Council members, my name is Allison Nizawa. I'm the principal at Pajaro Valley High School, and I'm just wanting to echo what Kevin said, and I thank you for your efforts as well to help us navigate through this very lengthy process. It's been a year since we stood before you again, and so I'm pleased to hear that there is a meeting tomorrow with the district to continue the collaboration, and I'm here to extend my hopes that the process can be expedited as quickly as possible, with the goal of ours to try to start construction before the end of this school year so that our seniors can at least see some progress for their efforts of trying to get us this far. So thank you again, and I look forward to the collaboration quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Lizette Gonzalez, and I'm duplicating what they are about to say. I'm here as a student representative from Pajaro Valley. I'm also a varsity three year in a row varsity cheerleader. I've done softball 3 years. I'm ASB president. Many of you guys know my faces, like Miss Rebecca. And I'm just so happy to hear that you guys are going to finally have a meeting tomorrow. It's been quite a few days or months, years, since Measure L has been passed. And I feel like we're kind of being like sitting ducks now, but I'm really happy to hear that you guys will finally talk about it with the school district tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know that we've been conducting discussions for a long time, and that the school has been built for a long time, too. And so we're anxious to have more discussions and move things along as can be.
And Mayor, if I may clarify, we've actually been meeting with school districts significantly over the last 2-3 months. So this is not the first meeting. This is just to clean up some of the permit issues and see when we can get there and move forward faster. That's
Thank you. As a third-generation student going to PV without a field and an auditorium, I thank you guys a lot.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who would like to address the public and the council? Welcome, Mr. Bacon.
Sorry for my speed. One thing I want to talk about real quick is Nancy knows what I'm going to talk about. Is an ordinance came through sometime, or rather, about trailers parked on the sides of your yards or something like this. I had a 28-foot trailer at my yard for over 21 years, and somebody complained about it, and I got a letter from your Claudia something or other. I can't say her last name, but I think she was very rude. I think she needs to be disciplined very hard. I don't expect it'll happen, but the letter she wrote to me was fine, but the way she came through was not. I got a letter that was arrived to me on January the 8th saying that if I wanted, the letter said, please call and schedule a time to meet me. If there's any questions about this violation, if there's a violation, contact me. If you think there's no violation, call me at this number and we can meet. And she said she'd be out in about 10 days to look at it. Well, I called her on the 9th at 8:30 in the morning, left a message. Didn't hear anything from her. I called on the 10th. Well, there was no recording, and I got nothing on the 10th. I called on the 11th, and she did get a hold of me that evening. And she told me there was a violation. I said, oh, I know nothing about the violation. I don't know about any violation. I said, before I moved this trailer on this property, I contacted the city, and they told me it was perfectly okay. I have a cement pad for it, everything, and they told me it was fine. I said, I've heard nothing since. I've heard no ordinance go through or anything. Oh, yeah, there has. I said, that's fine. I said, what do we have to do? And she said, well, you'll have to move the trailer because you had a complaint. I said, oh, okay. I'll have to talk to a council member. Well, come to find out, what I found out is you don't have to move your trailers unless someone complains. It can sit there for as long as it can sit there unless someone complains. Well, none of my neighbors complained, so I don't know who complained. I'm not going to go to get a court order. I can to find out who complained because I'm not going that route, because whoever did me a great big favor. Because what I'm going to tell you here real quick, is you did me a favor. And when I tell you what you did for me, I hope all of you don't jump out of your seat and say, hooray, hooray. I'm closing my business, and I am going to be leaving town. So you may be real happy to see me go, so I won't be a sword in your back pocket and not bother you anymore. Because I hurt too much, and I've been in business since 1975. I've seen recycling. Everybody said recycling was no good for this town back then, and everybody said it was no good. Well, we've seen it where it's gone to today. And I had a very good, prosperous business, and I turned it over mostly to David Cook and me. Sat down when the curbside came in, and he says, I was ready to do curbside, and I was setting up for curbside, and David Cook talked to me and said, well, what are we going to do, Jim? I said, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I had garbage trucks. I had things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bacon. Your time is up. But know that you're always welcome to come back. Thank you.
What I want to say is she lied to me. She outright lied to me, said that she was going to come out to the property. Come to find out, before the 8th of January, before this letter, she had already been out on my property and surveyed this before she even did it. She's not even supposed to come on my property. That's against the law.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bacon.
And she property, that's against the law. And she trespassed. And I may press issues on that.
Thank you, sir. Let's see if anyone else wishes to address the council on items not on our agenda.
No.
Thank you, sir.
I'm very unhappy with this situation.
We heard you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on items not on our agenda? Seeing none, let's move on to oral comments from the council. Mr. Rios, would you like to start off?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, I think today is Fat Tuesday, no? Right?
Yep, you're right.
So happy. They're celebrating in New Orleans. It's the beginning of Carnival all over the world. So let's celebrate. A couple of things, I attended a forum. It's all we know on the TPS. There's a temporary permits. It's a very intriguing issue because we have a lot of the members of TPS in this community. And if you don't know about what it is, it's people that were permitted to come to this country for, in this case, things that happen in the country, tragedy-wise, earthquakes or floods. And to stay here, every year you have to renew your permit, which costs you about $475. So every year you have to do that. And you have to be in good standing to get these permits. Well, right now the administration of Trump has decided also to do away with that. So it's very important for us to be aware that a lot of these people under TPS are really hardworking people. They have businesses around, and it's also have families that have also been born here. So I attended that forum. Also on the DACA, we've been hearing all these issues, going on, and we also have a lot of DACA members in our community. And I mentioned that because these are issues that are really affecting people's lives. And DACA is also coming on March, next month. Again, the president decided to end it, and you've been hearing a lot of the controversy going on in the country. But we do here in Watsonville have a lot of DACA members. I think that's very important for us to be involved. I wanted to also bring in and just remember my first planning commissioner in 1990 when I first came to council. Her name was Maria Corralejo. They just passed away. She was a great person. She contributed, especially after the earthquake, the Loma Prieta earthquake. She was a very, very hard worker, collaborated in bringing back a lot of the housing that went down. She worked with a lot of organizations that came from all over the country to help us rebuild, and she was that. So I wanted just to commemorate her. And this week coming up, we're going to have some visitors from a city, Tangancícuaro, from Mexico. They're going to be coming, visiting us. They want to also build a sister city with us. So it's really great that more cities internationally are wanting to have good relationship with Watsonville. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who wish to address the council? Ms. Garcia?
And tomorrow is Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's Day to all. I attended many of the meetings and events that some of my colleagues will be speaking about, but I want to focus on two meetings I attended. I attended the League of Cities Environmental Quality Policy Committee in Sacramento. Before the start of the meeting, there's a briefing. And at that briefing, I learned that Senate Bill 5 by De Leon, which is the California Drought, Water, Parks, Climate, Coastal Protection, and Outdoor Access for All Act, will be on the June ballot. It is a $4 billion bond that will provide grants for cities to make improvements in all the areas of the bond, and we're being asked to please support it. At our environmental meeting, Senator Bill Monning appeared before us to ask endorsement for his bill, SB 623. This bill is to raise money to provide safe and affordable drinking water to over 1.5 million residents in California that don't have access to clean, safe water. There would be a fee. I almost lost it. There would be a fee for residents and small businesses. There would be a fee to those who use fertilizers, which are farmers, and there would be a fee to dairy handlers. After much debate, there was a vote to oppose this bill unless amended to not include a fee for ratepayers, because many of us around the table had already raised fees to our ratepayers. So we're going to have to see if it's amended or not, and if the League of Cities will support it or not. The second meeting I attended was the Santa Cruz County Affordable House Bond meeting. There will be a $250 million bond for affordable housing on our November ballot here in Santa Cruz County. 50% of the funding will go to each of the cities for their use on affordable housing. The areas for funding are affordable rental housing, homeless fund, homeowners first-time buyers fund, and innovation and opportunity fund. There are still many questions that need to be answered to finalize the language for the ballot. And at the invitation of the mayor, proponents of the bond will be coming to the council to give further information and support. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Garcia. Let's go to Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep it short. The Cruise IO is going to be coming to our plaza this Friday afternoon. I believe 5 o'clock is their presentation, and that is bringing us the highest speed internet that's available out there with our fiber optics. And right there with our school, there's going to be some free Wi-Fi that's going to be in our plaza area. And it's also to help provide an opportunity for that broadband for businesses wanting to come downtown and need that type of resource here locally. So please come out to the plaza on Friday afternoon for this event. It's everybody from the community is welcome to join us. And this is recircling because we actually had Cruise IO as one of the first businesses in our incubator many years ago. So I'd like to welcome Cruise IO back into our community. Another item that's going on is excuse me, got a cold. On March 1st, Monterey Bay Community Power will be our primary electrical resource for our energy. They will be on your utility bill for commercial and the agricultural industry right now. In July, it'll roll out to the residential community. So you'll be seeing some postcards coming in about that electrical. I'm gone now.
Thank you, and bless you as well. Who would like to go next? For Mayor Bilicic.
Good evening. First of all, Mr. Bacon, I want to, I hear that you are moving, and I just want to let you know that we appreciate all of your contributions that you've made throughout the city over a long period of time. So thank you for your service here. Secondly, we've had a lot of different events, so many. Chamber mixers, the Sunshine Garden Wall went up, and we were there for that. Chamber of Commerce had their annual dinner, and many of us were there for that, and it was really a nice event. Lions Club had a speech contest, and they asked me to judge. That's always a difficult thing, to decide which student gives the best speech. But we did have a winner. And Charter Internet, they came and had a kickoff here. And I want you to know that with the PVUSD, I know that Jean Gottlieb was going to come tonight, and she couldn't make it. But there is a technology for parents learning together. And there is a workshop at the district office, 6 to 8:30. And it starts on Wednesday, March 7th. That's the first session, and it's for parents to learn about the basics of internet. And so there's a lot going on with the school district and trying to get people updated on what's happening with technology so parents can help their children. And then we had our legislative breakfast here. That was good. Congressman Panetta was here, Ana Caballero was here. We had a council retreat. So there's a lot of activity going on in the city. And I appreciate everybody's continuous support as we move forward. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Thank you for bringing all those issues to our attention. Councilmember Hernandez.
So as I said, we all attended a lot of the events here in the city. I just want to kind of go over two of them. We had, well, one of them we kind of talked about. The charter kicked off their affordable Wi-Fi for low-income families. They're going to offer Wi-Fi for low-income families. They have kids here in the school district as well for $14.95. You know, in Watsonville, there is still a digital divide, where people don't have access to internet. A lot of working families here that can't afford the $60, $70 fees for internet. And so I'm happy that they're doing this for $14.95. I really encourage families to take advantage of it. The other thing is, a lot of us attended the World Wetlands Day tree planting at Ramsey Park. I think over 300 trees were planted that day at Ramsey Park. 400. 43. And, you know, it's great. It was great to see so many kids out there. There's, you know, probably 100 children out there joining along and planting the trees. They're going to be the next future stewards of our natural resources that we have in Watsonville. And I was glad to see the council members there as well. Trina mentioned the free Wi-Fi in the downtown plaza area. It's an exciting opportunity for young people to also have access to internet, especially students that are in Cabrillo that don't have access, or anyone that lives in near the downtown corridor area. We have a lot of people that live between District 2 and District 1 that don't have access to internet at their homes, and it provides an opportunity for them to do things like do their homework, to research papers and stuff like that. So I'm really excited about that. That's happening Friday, February 16th, 5 to 7. I really encourage people to go out there. And, you know, I think the other thing is this week was kind of topsy-turvy with some of the stuff that went on when ICE came into the community. You know, I think a lot of the community, you know, there was a lot of fear that was happening in our community. And we have to do, you know, as city council members and as a community, we have to address those issues and get involved in those issues as well. But yeah, I'm really proud of the community that came out and supported some of the, you know, folks that were scared in the community. Yeah, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Dutra, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody at home for watching. Thank you. I know I've been talking to many of you in the community lately, and people do watch us. So happy Valentine's Day to all of you, from me to you guys. And I look forward to continue to have our conversations over the next few months ahead. So thank you very much for watching and for being a part of our community. I do want to stress Pajaro Valley High is very important to me, and it's in my district. And we've been waiting for many years to get this project off the ground. So I would hope that this becomes a priority for the city, and that we expedite this and move this forward as fast as possible. We want the shovel in the ground. PV High, I stand with you. I want the shovel in the ground too. So let's get this done. I also, you know, we attended a lot of events. I'm just going to briefly say a few of them. Went to the Sons of Italy mixer, the Sunshine Garden wall raising. We didn't actually get to raise a wall because it was raining, so we were tiptoeing in the mud. But they're going to be nice when they're done. You know, more housing for the city of Watsonville, which is what we need. And of course, you know, a certain percentage of those will be affordable, as we have for our ordinance here in the city of Watsonville. We do have a percentage of all new construction to be affordable to our community. I've also been, we went to the PV Chamber dinner as well, and also to the Portuguese Crab Feed, both events on the same evening. I wish that they could be on different evenings so we can enjoy them separately. So maybe those two organizations can get together and maybe do them on different days, but both were hundreds and hundreds of people, and I felt like the whole community was all out in one day. Also, I had the opportunity, as well as the mayor, to speak at Watsonville High School Civic Day. So we dealt with freshmen from Watsonville High School, where we had the opportunity to speak to them about what goes on here in the city. I went home and passed out every single day because I was exhausted. I give my hat off to all the teachers. I don't know how you do it, but that's a lot of energy. And so kudos to all the teachers out there. Also, I've been working with our city staff, specifically Steve, with both cleaning up, trying to keep our sloughs, getting the garbage out of the sloughs. As people drive down Main Street, they can notice that it's a lot of garbage in those sloughs. So we've been meeting with business owners, trying to figure out what we can do to try to keep the garbage out of their cans getting into the sloughs, as well as working on problems to make sure that the shopping carts stay in the vicinity of the stores and not outside. So we've been working with that as well. So hopefully we'll have some proposals soon to work on those things. So we're working hard in the city. We're going to make sure that happens. Finally, Monterey Bay Mural, along with UCSC, are having their third annual Mural Day on March 24th at 9 a.m. in Hazelwood Park. If you want more information, we can get that information to you. But come on out, join the community, and help get a mural up. Graffiti down and murals up. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much. Lots of activities in Watsonville, lots of effort by the council to show up and participate and be part of many things. I must say the 600 freshmen that the vice mayor and I spoke to for 2 days, that was quite a group, and there's great hope for the future with that group of freshmen. They were attentive, respectful, and they certainly wore us out. It was a lot of effort and on their part by listening as well. The only thing that didn't get covered here was the freshmen were throughout the city, and they did see all kinds of things. And I want to thank staff very much for their work in showing the high schoolers around and making sure that they saw the police department, the fire department, and the library, and all kinds of good things that they might not have been to prior. Core Fitness did have their open house this last weekend, and I was a guinea pig there and got assessed and rolled around on the floor and stretched and pummeled in a number of ways. Councilmember Garcia and I were lucky enough to go to the Love of Children CASA fundraiser, and I want to thank Councilmember Garcia for attending that. And it was a full house and a sold-out crowd, and it was for a good cause as well. So thank you, Councilmember Garcia. World Wetlands Day, we covered that. There were a lot of trees. There were a lot of people digging the holes. I just hope those trees get watered now that the rain is unpredictable. Mr. City Attorney, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Mr. Mayor, the council discussed 2 items that are agendized in the closed session but took no final action on either item, so there is no report out.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is the mayor's proclamation congratulating Lupe Herrera for many years of loyalty, professionalism, integrity, and dedication to the Watsonville community, wishing her much success in her future endeavors. I do have a small proclamation to present to her. Well, actually, it's a big proclamation. It's full of words, and good ones, too. Ms. Herrera, if you could approach the microphone. I'm going to take the liberty of reading the proclamation here because someone who's served us this long certainly deserves a few minutes of fame and fortune. This proclamation reads, to Lupe Herrera, this is February 13th, 2018. Lupe was born in Mexicali, Mexico, graduated from Instituto Pitman, first generation of bilingual secretarias in Mexicali in 1974. Lupe started her career at E.A. Hall Middle School as an administrative assistant on August 1982, and worked there until December 22nd of 2017, 35 years, E.A. Hall. I think that was a year my wife might have started there. Well, thank you. Lupe has been married to Javier for 42 years. They have 3 children, Alejandra, Javier, Tanya, 7 grandchildren, Mateo, Catalina, Esteban, Emma, Zoe, Anilia, Camelia, Camila, and 2 son-in-laws, Raul and Jaime, and 1 daughter-in-law, Nicole. Lupe's children were born in Watsonville and attended local schools. They continued their education and graduated from Princeton, Santa Clara University, and San Jose State University. They all still live nearby, San Jose, Gilroy, and Sacramento. Her goal in life was to raise the children to be productive, responsible adults, guiding them with love, but also great expectations. She also treated the students at E.A. Hall Middle School the same way. Lupe's favorite part of her job was always helping people with their bilingual skills. She worked very closely with 9 principals at E.A. Hall, 9 principals and many, many assistant principals during her 35-year career. Lupe said she often heard that she was the glue that kept E.A. Hall Middle School together. As an administrative assistant, she was able to help students, parents, teachers, and administrators. She said, "It just brought a sense of joy when I was able to help so many people." And Lupe felt that she was helping our beautiful community by taking care of all those children for so long and so many years. She said, quote, "I always saw them as my own children and would advise them as such. I cared for them and wanted them to succeed in life. I made sure I told them so." Lupe enjoys helping people, reading the Bible, sharing God's Word, spending time with family, especially her grandchildren, and scrapbooking. She plans to do volunteer work soon, but first she wants to enjoy the beauty of a well-deserved retirement. Congratulations, Lupe. I, Lowell Hurst, Mayor of Watsonville and the state of California, on behalf of the City Council, the entire City Council, are proud to congratulate you for your many years of loyalty, professionalism, integrity, dedication to the Watsonville community. We wish you all the best in your retirement and all your future endeavors. Congratulations, Lupe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lupe, would you like to say a few words?
Well, I just want to say thank you for this proclamation. It's a beautiful proclamation, and it has all my sentiments written in here. And I just also want to say, because I've been observing the meeting for the first time, you guys have a lot on your plate. Wow, I've been very impressed, and you know, it's not an easy job. Not an easy job, and I just want to thank you for taking the time to do this for our beautiful city. And continue your great work, and hopefully I'll come and join you in some other meetings and learn more. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lupe, and congratulations. And you do know something about hard jobs. Can you imagine being the administrative secretary at a middle school for 35 years? Congratulations.
I keep telling them that's why I got all this white hair.
Enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Lupe, I was an EA Hall Falcon as well. I don't know if you remember me, but I don't know how many other Falcons are on this board. There's 3 of us.
Falcons.
But I remember back in the day, EA Hall, so.
I don't know if you remember Alejandra.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for everything. Oh, awesome. Nice. Thank you so much.
Lupe, thank you for all you've done. It makes, you know, being in the district that long and at that place, you know, principals come and go. It's the glue. The classified employees, they hold it together. So thank you for all your contribution.
Well spoken.
I just want to add, I had the opportunity to view her talents and skills. I held a community meeting for Spanish-speaking parents at EA Hall, and of course, I try to make appointment with the principals. I try to make sure everything's in order. But who's the one that put it together? She did. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much. Now this brings us to our consent agenda. The items appearing on the consent agenda are recommended actions that are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one consensus motion. Any items removed will be considered immediately thereafter the consensus motion. The mayor will allow public input prior to the approval of the consent agenda. Let me ask if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address the City Council on the consent agenda. The agendas are out there in the hallway. I'm sure you already have one. We have a number of items on the consent agenda. Seeing no one approaching the microphone for the consent agenda, I will be glad to take a motion or comments on the consent agenda. Mayor Rios, former
Yes.
Mayor Rios.
Just question and a couple of comments. On B, why only 1 year?
Which one did you say?
On B, a resolution approving 1 year lease with YWCA?
Oh, yeah, I had that same question.
I'll let staff answer that question.
Good evening, Mayor. Tamara Vides, Assistant to the City Manager. Looking at this lease agreement, I learned that this lease agreement has been in place for many, many years, and I spoke with Leticia Mendoza from the YWCA about her program and the benefits and how it's run. And I explained to her that I was renewing the lease agreement for a year to allow me a few months to become more familiar about the operations and what is the current agreement that we have, and if that is in the best interest to continue the lease under those current terms. So therefore, I propose a short-term agreement to allow time to study it and then bring it back in whatever form, more permanent form, as we continue negotiating with them. So that's the reason for the short time.
Okay, continuing.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to say on E, I just wanted to say that's great that we're going to get more trees. We need more trees, and that's really good that that's going to be happening in the medians and all down in the different places in town. And also, just wanted to say on F, this is the Larkin Valley Roadway, Westgate Drive to Aviation Way. You know, if you read, I mean, there's a lot of details of what the environment, you know, is about. And that I was just wanted, public that don't read this stuff, but they did all the research and answer about birds, answering about what, you know, animals we have that are going in distinct human beings if they're found out there. I mean, on and on and on and on. It was just really good study that it was done to make this road happening. I'm really glad for everybody that has really worked on making it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was 270 pages, I think, on Airport Boulevard. Councilmember Hernandez?
On item G, just really happy to see, you know, funding coming through for Complete Streets program so that we can have safe, you know, bike and pedestrian safe streets for young people attending our schools and we have a lot of people that walk and ride bikes, skateboards to school, so it's important that they have safe, complete streets. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaufman Gomez?
Yes, as my customary policy, when we're spending over $100,000, I want to make sure that we have some public comments. On item C, we're spending nearly $600,000, and perhaps Mr. Rayvon Williams can come and talk to us a little bit about this particular project. The duration, if we know that we're going to be seeing some locals work on this project, maybe a few more details about it would be helpful.
And for the public, this is item C, resolution awarding $598,404.00 to the bid ICC General Contractors Corporation for the 123 number Aviation Way tenant improvements. Project number lease between the city and the state of California Department of General Services, funded from a 4-year loan to the state of California Department of General Services from the City Pool Cash Investment Fund. Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Mayor Hurst, Pro Tem Mayor Dutra, council members. The staff report says it all. Is there a specific question? I can certainly give you some history of how we got here. It's been a long-standing project. Joining me is Bob Berry from Public Works.
Well, I know that we've had a long project on this one with that particular tenant. We have a project. I don't know if we're reconstructing a whole building, if this is a full remodel, if we were involved with making the bids, or whether the vendor, the tenant was, and how much time this project may take, and if we will be having anybody locally hired to work this project.
Okay.
If we know.
The entire building size is 19,000 square feet. This is the same building that houses Head and Home, the hat manufacturer, and also Expo Imaging, an aftermarket photography manufacturer. This building previously, for longstanding council members, was the old Cal 2 building, built back in the late 80s. So the portion that we're discussing is a small subset of the building. There'll be one of 3 tenants. We've been working this with the State of California Department of General Services since 2015. It's been a long-standing process. We went through our standard bid process, and Bob can talk about the actual contractors and how it came together. But the thumbnail sketch is this. The project started very small. The State of California has a very specific requirement, and they like this particular building because of its location for their own reasons. It requires substantial tenant improvements. It's not the entire building, but the building itself was a high-tech light industrial manufacturing facility for high-grade microwave systems. You can imagine the piping, the tooling, the electricity, the amount of effort that goes into that manufacturing. This small subset now is being turned into an office space with a garage for this use, and that requires a substantial amount of tenant improvements. So with that said, Bob and the team have worked judiciously and as hard as we can with the state to try to make sure that we've distilled it down to the most economical tenant improvement for the state. The state wants to pay for all the tenant improvements and are prepared to move in. So relative to the contractor that we've selected, I'll just turn it over to Bob.
Thank you.
The contractor is ICC General Contractors out of Sunnyvale. We advertise this on eBid board as we're required to by the Public Works Code. It's a formal bid. That's just the requirements we have. They came in as the lowest responsible bidder. They have a substantial amount of experience in this type of construction at this level, at the $300,000 to $600,000 range, and I believe most of the subcontractors are probably from the San Jose area.
Thank you. And then we have the city funds that are in here, cash investment funds. Perhaps a little bit of information. I don't know how much money is in there. I know we're borrowing the money from that account, and we'll get interest back on that. Can we know a little bit more about the fiscal aspect of where the money comes from?
While the city CFO is coming up, the background for this, when we started the negotiations with the state, the airport's desire was initially to provide the funds because our fund balance allowed us to do so. But as the project began to grow, it became very clear that it would exceed my fund balance. In our early discussions, and this is back in 2016, we were negotiating interest rates, and we negotiated a 3.75 interest rate. But we're at a point now where we need the experts to comment.
So we would be using the cash balances that the entire city's cash pool has, which I think is of the last investment report, and you're getting a next one at your next meeting, is about $45 million. So that's across all city funds. The bulk of those right now are invested in pooled interest funds that earn a very low rate of interest. So we would be taking a portion of that, this cash balances across all of the city funds, and using that to invest in this. At the interest rate of 3.75, we think that's a much better interest rate than our funds are gathering right now.
Yep.
So it's a little bit of a boom to the entire city.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. I think the last thing was finalization. A 6-month project, a year project.
About 4.5, 5 months.
Okay. And then I have one other that was over that mark as well, and that one had to do with the lab, so I believe that this would be Mr. Palmisano. And it's a savings, so can you tell us about the savings for what we're spending about $400,000 on?
Can you tell us which number it is, please?
Item D.
Or letter?
Item D.
Item D.
Yeah, it's a $500,000 bid.
Oh, this is the resolution awarding bid in amount to $500,000 per year to Stericycle Environmental Solutions. Recycling disposal of household waste, and an option to extend the agreement, and the item will be funded from solid waste fund.
Right.
Yes, Councilmember Kaufman Gomez and City Council. So this item, at our public drop-off center, we accept household hazardous waste, and this is a very important environmental program because it helps us keep toxic materials out of the wetlands, out of the sloughs, out of our landfill. And so every few years we go out to bid and we collect bids and try and get the most cost-effective solution to handle the household hazardous waste materials. These are things like paints, pesticides, fertilizers, things from when people are cleaning out their garage and need to get rid of things. All of that stuff, we don't want it going into the landfill. We ask people to bring it to us for free. So this is built into our rate structure. So we collected bids from 3 different companies. They're very specialized services, and this is kind of the lowest cost proposal moving forward. So that's what that's about.
So savings is because it's the cheapest bid that we have.
Right.
Is it the current amount we're paying now?
It's similar to the current amount, yes.
All right, something we need. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Other items on the consent agenda? Mr. Dutra?
So I want to pull I, and
okay,
about that later.
I will become 9-1. We've got three pages of consent agenda back to back, so that will become 9-1. Yes, sir. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Do I hear Councilmember Bilcich, former mayor?
I wanted to talk about a couple of things. One had to do with the trees that Oscar brought up. I think $195,000 for trees and to plant. I think that's a great thing. That's going to enhance our parks and our medians. So I wanted just to mention that. I also wanted to mention item G, the complete street to school plan. That's going to be a grant. We've talked about public safety a lot. We keep saying that we need, better crosswalks and all of that, and I think this grant will help. It will enhance those types of things, so appreciate the support there. But item K, final adoption of the ordinance repealing Chapter 52, cultivation, processing, manufacture, distribution. Has that been in the previous one? Distribution?
Mayor, Council, this was the item that you all had before the previous council. This is just for the final adoption of it. It read the same way.
Well, what are we talking about in regard to distribution?
That will be brought forth back to council at a date in the future.
So any type of distribution,
Yes.
even if we pass this, it still will come back to us to discuss.
Yes, it will.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Don't be upset.
Okay, can I have a motion for the consent agenda, please? Motion by Kaufman, second by Hernandez. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call, please?
Bilicic?
Yes.
Kaufman Gomez?
Yes.
Dutra?
Yes.
Garcia? Yes. Hernandez?
Yes.
Rios?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye, and so approved. This takes us to item 9, items removed from the consent agenda, and we are up with the former item H. This will be 9-1. Aye, I'm sorry. Pardon me, aye. Resolution appointing a member of the City Council of Watsonville City Council, Oscar Rios, by the City Select Committee as alternate member commencing on May 7th, 2018 and ending on May 6th, 2019, and the regular member starting on May 7th of 2019 and ending May 6th of 2023 to the Santa Cruz Local Agency Formation, also known as LAFCO. Mr. Dutra.
Thank you. So my concern with this is not that Oscar is being appointed, but it's the fact that this term that he's being appointed to should finish on the 19th, and the next mayor, I believe, should be the one to appoint for the next term. So the fact that we're doing 2 terms at once, I don't think it's fair. I think that the next mayor should be the one appointing that next term. And so if Oscar's going to be the one being appointed for this term, then he's to finish this. And then if he is to be appointed next time, then that next mayor will be putting it on their sheet. My second thing is that I just feel that you should have maybe asked other people if they wanted to participate in this position, because this is something that I would have felt interested in, but I was never asked to participate. And as well as, and it seems like it was something that, you know, happened as well when we were sitting in Eduardo Montesino being appointed as the alternate for Jay. That was never brought up, you know, if any council members wanted to fill these positions. I just think that as the mayor, you should be asking us if we want to be participating, and that never happened. So this, again, was something that I would have liked to have participated in. Never had the opportunity to because you never gave it to me. But second of all, I think this position should be appointed by the next mayor for the next 4-year term.
Well, thank you very much for your comments there. In fact, the council was asked to participate in any of this, and Councilmember Garcia also expressed interest in it. This appointment actually comes through the City Select Committee, and if you go through the City Select Committee rules and LAFCO's rules, they kind of tell us how they want to have it and how they want it to be. And some of us may remember LAFCO, and Mayor Rios has served on that before, and it is quite a rigorous, difficult job, and it's very highly charged over land use planning. And so people were asked if they wish to participate or not.
How were we asked? Did I get an email?
I believe so. I may have asked
When was it?
at the council as well, but you have had an opportunity to speak your mind on that. City Manager.
I have something to add to that.
Oh, please do.
Okay, first I want to ask who is the City Select Committee? A committee is more than one person, and I thought it was the mayor that was making the decision and not a committee.
Yes, the mayor advises the committee. The
committee. Who was the committee?
The committee is made up of Scotts Valley. It's in your packet. Scotts Valley and Capitola, as well as the mayors, as well as representatives from the county of Santa Cruz.
Okay, and the mayor or Lowell mentioned that I did submit my. What I submitted to the mayor actually was my qualifications and experience that are aligned with the mission of LAFCO regarding urban sprawl and protection of agricultural land. However, he chose Oscar, which was a similar choice that he made when he chose Oscar and Felipe over Nancy in the Governmental Relations Committee. I just wanted to point that out.
I would just say the mayor does have discretion on these items, and I relied upon on former Mayor Rios's in-depth experience with LAFCO, and in fact, I served on LAFCO as well, and I would be glad to take this on as well. But I believe that former Mayor Rios is best equipped to interface. Here's the regular members of the City Select Committee. It's Capitola Mayor Ed Bordoff. Scotts Valley, Donna Lind, and the alternate is David Terrazas from Santa Cruz. And so it is in your packet. I think it's relatively self-explanatory, although anything with LAFCO is not self-explanatory because it's very complex and controversial. Let's see if staff has something more to add to this.
Mayor, Council, we don't have further to add. I know that every city appoints a member on LAFCO differently, and it's really up to the mayor to send that recommendation to LAFCO, to the City Select Committee.
And that I have done.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So that's fine. I mean, you're the mayor. You get to appoint whoever you want to these committees. But the fact that you're appointing the same people over and over to everything, I mean, that should be a concern to the community that, you know, you're putting the same people on these top positions. And, you know, you have other council members who have just as many skills as the ones you're appointing, you know, and I know that I may not belong to your club, but you should diversify it. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you very much for expressing your thoughts and opinions. Anyone else wish to discuss this item? Council Member Bilicic.
Well, I too, it's nothing personal with Oscar, but I think it should be a 1-year term, and the next person would appoint the the following year.
Well, I think the next mayor can do what they want to on that, but I'm following the request of LAFCO and through the City Select Committee. Councilmember Kaufman Gomez?
I believe I was the last council member to hold the LAFCO seat, and it was a 2-year with Daniel Dodge when he was not back on council for me to continue what that slot was for the LAFCO term. So I just wanted to let you know how that went down. He would have been continuing for the 2 years had he remained on council.
Thank you for reminding us once again. There is a great deal of history here that sometimes we gloss over, and I think the council has more than enough opportunity, and certainly many, many committees and commissions and volunteer seats that they can certainly fill. Further discussion on this item? I'll move the item if so permitted. Do we have second?
Second.
Would you like to move that?
No, I think you've got a first and a second. I just thought that I saw city manager.
Well, I don't know if it's appropriate for the mayor to make the motion, but I'm just trying to move the meeting along too. So let's have a motion from Kaufman Gomez, second from Hernandez.
Fine.
Okay.
Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Bilicic?
No.
Kaufman Gomez?
Yes.
Dutra?
No.
Garcia? Hernandez?
Yes.
Rios?
Yes.
Hurst?
Yes, quite a mandate here tonight. So approved. Thank you. Next on our agenda is, that was a lot on the consent, wasn't it? Next item on the agenda is new business. This is the consideration of a Watsonville downtown parking plan, another very weighty item with lots of pages. But let's remember, this is a study and a report, and further action on it will come before the council. So first we'll have staff report, then we'll have a chance for the public to ask, to the council to ask questions and public input, and then the city manager's comment. Can we have, and then followed by city council discussion, and then a resolution approving the downtown parking plan as the study.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tamara Vides, Assistant to the City Manager. It's my pleasure to bring this item to you tonight. This process started back in 2016 when the City of Watsonville commissioned the parking study to the Nelson Nygaard to complete a study of the downtown, the parking in the downtown area. The outcomes of this study includes a comprehensive set of recommendations for our downtown parking and transportation demand management. Nelson Nygaard is an industry leader in doing these type of studies. They have created many practical parking plans for cities with mixed use like ours. And they bring a great deal of expertise to this subject. With me this evening is Patrick Sigmund, and he's the principal of Nelson Nygaard, and is the person that has worked closely with us in conducting this study. And to my left is Joshua Carling Resnick, and he's the senior associate, and he's also been very involved in helping us with conducting our parking study. So I'm going to leave it to the experts to walk us through it. So please.
Thank you very much. I just want to show the public for a moment the thickness and the volume of the parking study, and they're well into. It's available for them to study too.
Absolutely. Thank you, members of the council. It's been an honor and a pleasure to work on this study. And I'm pleased that so many people came out tonight, given that it is Carnival, to hear about this. The presentation I want to provide you with tonight is designed to be brief, to cover some of the highlights and the items being suggested by city staff for early action. So I want to walk you briefly through an introduction, followed by the results of our existing conditions analysis, which was extensive, and finally recommendations. And the study covers recommendations in 4 areas, but only 2 are being recommended at this time for beginning action by the city staff. And those are primarily about managing the city's parking supply, that is the city's public parking supply, starting with curb parking, that is parking on the street, and then the city-owned lots and garages. So our study area really covered all of the commercial area of downtown, from Freedom Boulevard in the north down to Riverside in the south, and up to the residential neighborhoods on either side. And this is a larger area than the downtown parking district, Parking District 1. And we did an extensive planning process over the last year, first doing existing conditions analyses. Then we did a full day of stakeholder interviews, and city staff did more. City staff held additional public meetings. We then worked with the staff to develop and evaluate alternative strategies, finally prepared a plan and recommendations, and then I believe, again, there were public meetings to review those. So, crucially, we always consider that a parking study is not about trying to make your downtown optimal for parking necessarily, but about achieving your larger community goals. And so we looked at many previous planning documents, and it was clear that one key goal is to support the economic revitalization of downtown, then to implement the larger general plan goals about the economy, the environmental quality, quality of life, and then an additional critical need is to find sustainable funding to support the downtown parking system to make sure it runs well and operates well. So the results of the existing conditions analysis, we began by counting every single parking space in downtown and checking its restrictions and ownership. There are more than 3,000 spaces, about half public and about half privately owned. One thing to note is that the on-street parking is less than 20% of the supply, less than 600 spaces, but there are more than 1,600 cars parked at the busiest hour. So that means it's physically impossible for everybody who wants to park on the street. We did 2 days of data collection then, counting how many cars were parked. They were 2 typical weekdays, the busiest days of the week that we saw based on business receipts and so on. Very similar results both times. And what I'm showing you here is the busiest hour of the day that was found during both of the studies. And it was between the count period between noon and 2 p.m. And at that time, just over half the supply was occupied with cars. So even at the busiest hour of the busiest day of the week, we found more than 1,400 vacant spaces. However, we certainly heard from community members that they often perceive that parking is in short supply, at least in their favorite lots or on their favorite block. What you see here, and I apologize if the colors are a little hard to see on the projector, but the red is lots or curb parking spaces that are effectively full, greater than 85% full. The yellow is lots that are between 65 and 85% full. So those are sort of comfortably well used. The green is lots and garages and curb parking that is less than 65% full. So plenty of surplus. And what we see is that, for example, at this hour, there were a few blocks, especially around City Plaza, a couple of city lots that were effectively full, but large surpluses in the garage. So for first impressions for a new visitor, here's a peak hour. Curb parking on busy blocks like around the square is either full or mostly full. And yet simultaneously, if you know where to look, for example, the Civic Center garage here on the same day, same time, had a large surplus. Similarly, the Beach Street garage, the top level entirely empty. So what we see when you have people saying, well, gee, all my favorite curb parking is pretty much full, and a large surplus in the garages, is that, well, one thing we're know for sure is that we can't solve the perceived parking shortage by building more spaces. So we assume that better management may be able to help here. Also on existing conditions, there is a deficit in the parking fund right now. It's been running in the red about $100,000 per year. Stakeholders expressed the desire for lots of improvements, ranging from better cleaning, better lighting, so on, that would need new funding. And at the same time, lots of funding sources are more limited than ever before. So redevelopment agencies that help pay for the last 2 garages are gone. Federal and state funds for parking are kind of non-existent now, and the general fund is under more strain. So just to sum up existing conditions, if you think of every parking system as having 2 parts, there's quantity, and the good news here is you do have a large surplus when it comes to the number of spaces. So for example, you could accommodate substantial additional development in downtown, including redevelopment of some lots, without having to add more parking. But the other key aspect is management. What are the policies, the prices, and so on? And where we really came to, what we concluded is downtown has a parking management problem, not a parking supply problem. So we think the key goal should be, or a key goal should be to shift some people from the hot spots of high demand, those full lots and those busiest curb parking spaces, to the nearby underused garages. And you don't have to shift very many people. You know, it might be 50 people who need to move from the busiest blocks to the lots and garages. And that would be almost entirely people who are here all day, employees or students. And then we need a source of new revenue to put this on a sound financial footing and keep things in good shape. So that brings us to recommendations. And first, managing curb parking, which even though it's only a small amount of the parking, it's often kind of the tail that wags the dog because it's the most visible. So one thing is to charge the right prices for curb parking. And the second is to take all the revenue from that curb parking, and we recommend returning it back to downtown to help pay for better public services for downtown, so that if anybody's paying to park downtown, it benefits downtown. And so what do we mean by the right prices? Well, it's become increasingly common for cities to set what we call performance-based prices, where you're trying to achieve 1 or 2 empty spaces on every block, and a decent surplus or enough spaces so you can find a space in the most popular lots. So we recommend charging the lowest price needed to achieve 1 or 2 available spaces on each block. And so that also means varying the prices by block, so different prices on each block can exist, and by time of day. So for example, the morning hours are not as busy as the lunch hour, so often that can have a lower price. And once you do this, you can actually, well, one other thing is, right now, Watsonville is not that busy, except on a few really busy blocks and areas, especially around Town Square. So we would only recommend putting a price on those premium spaces. Most of the spaces in downtown would continue to have 2 or 3 hours of free parking. The last thing is, if you're using prices to make spaces available, it's actually possible to completely remove time limits. Many cities have done this, and what we find is that the prices alone are enough to get the employees and other long-stay parkers to move to those slightly less convenient spots. So how does this work in practical terms? We recommend setting a target range for how full you want each block to be. A good range is 65 to 85% full. So things are a couple spaces available, but you haven't chased all the customers away. It's kind of the Goldilocks price. Not too hot, not too cold. Now, if a block is constantly full, then, and by the way, you would want to do regular occupancy surveys or use the data that you get from the parking revenue from the meters to tell you when to adjust rates. So you check if a block is consistently above 85% full, then you raise the price. And what most cities do is they they check every month or two, and if it's twofold, then raise just by 25 cents an hour. If it's within the target range, then you leave the price alone. And if it's below 65% occupied, then you say, well, it's too empty, we don't need such a high price, and you lower the price. So really the primary purpose of the pricing is just to make spaces readily available for customers, rather than primarily being about raising revenue. That's kind of a good side benefit. In the old days, this would have been really cumbersome, but of course these days a meter that only takes coins is really a museum piece. Now, whenever you put in a meter, it's a wirelessly networked meter that accepts credit cards as well as coins, debit cards as well as coins. And they also usually allow the option of pay by phone. So for example, if you're at a lunch and it runs long, you can get on your phone and just extend and add more time right from your phone. Many cities, including several around the Bay Area, have now adopted this system of performance-based prices. We've helped several of our clients do this over the years. Lots of large cities, because they have more resources and more ability to try new things, but also medium-sized cities like Redwood City and Santa Rosa. And here, we've suggested some potential areas for this. So potential areas would be to meter the curb parking spaces right around City Plaza, especially near the college, which is often quite busy. Main Street from East Lake down to First. And then most of the rest of the area can just remain time limits. Also, we recommend metering a few of the busiest city lots. And you can see those in red on the screen. This would only be potential. By the time you actually are ready to install, you'll want to conduct another check of occupancy, and then, depending on whether things have changed, to adjust this. Let me give just one example of how this has worked out in practice. A few years ago, I worked with my clients in Ventura to install this system there. We wound up putting meters on just 300, roughly, of the 2,500 spaces in downtown, taking away all the time limits. These were the busiest spots. All the revenues went back to downtown. They have settled in now after several adjustments with rates that go between 50 cents and $1 an hour. And it now brings in about $500,000 annually for downtown. And what they've done with that is they've really wanted to address security, because there was a perception safety was a problem. So it funds a new police officer, 9 police cadets who patrol downtown. They also got some better lighting. And their result was that crime went down 40%. And now finally customers could find a space on Main Street. Actually, one of the things they found was that right on that first day, the employees knew the meters were going to be turned on. And so they immediately, instead of doing that 2-hour shuffle where they would move their car every 2 hours on the street, they had all moved their cars to those less convenient spaces in the garages. So it really solved 2 problems at once. One other important thing is it's important to protect nearby residential neighborhoods from spillover parking by employees coming into the neighborhood and filling up all the parking. This is something where there are several ways you can do this. One option is to set it up so that non-residents who want to park in a residential area can, but they do pay. Same principles as I described for the commercial area. And then you bring the revenue back to the neighborhood. But then let the existing residents park for free or cheaply. And one example is Laguna Beach, where the non-residents are paying $1 to $3 an hour to park near the beach, but it's only $40 a year for the residents. But this is something where we really think it's important to do extensive additional outreach if you decide to move forward with this on a neighborhood, to find the right approach for that neighborhood, because there are a lot of ways to do it. Lastly, managing the city-owned lots and garages. There are lots of low-cost and short-term improvements that can be made and that the meter revenue could help fund. One thing in particular is to improve the signage to let people know where the spaces are. So both regular fixed signs, like the ones shown above, but also the real-time availability signs that can tell you when you drive into town how many spaces there are available in lots that people might otherwise overlook. And then there are lots of other things that can be funded too. So just in summary, we think really downtown has a parking management problem, not at all a supply problem, and that the best solution we can think of is to set prices for the high demand spaces, return all the revenue back to downtown, and the goal really is just to shift a few dozen people from those hot spots of high demand over to the underutilized lots and garages. And then secondarily, this should generate some new revenue, probably quite substantial over the years, to really fix that deficit and also pay for improvements. Yes.
Thank you. All right, so it's very simple recommendation for council to consider this evening. We're recommending that you accept the Watsonville Downtown Parking Study as it was complete. And also that as a step 2 is now kind of looking at some of these recommendations and implementing those management systems that are recommended. Therefore, an ordinance will have to be developed in order to be able to develop a downtown parking meter zone. And that item will come back to council for future approval, but we would like direction from council of staff to develop such ordinance. And that concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sure the council has a number of questions, and I'm sure the public does too. Let's try the city council questions first. Ms. Garcia?
Yes. In regards to, I have 3 questions. In regards to the placing meters in downtown, you have a long list of where they could go. And so it appears from what you have here, it could be from 50 cents to $1.50. We have a high rate of people who live in poverty and may not have 50 cents or $1.50. What are we doing for them?
I think 2 things. One is that the vast majority of the parking in downtown would remain free. So this really only affects the spots that are in the highest demand. And one thing we often find actually is that people really appreciate being able to find a spot when they're in a hurry that's close and convenient. And on the other hand, to have the option of walking from a little further away when they're not in quite such a hurry. So we think this provides a good range of choices. If you're in a big hurry, you can pay 25 cents or 50 cents to get that time. But leaving lots of free spaces in the slightly less convenient areas really helps.
Okay. My second question has to do with the parking benefit district for residential areas. And you used the example of Long Beach, that it was only $40 per year versus up to $3, I think, per hour. So let's say, let's take 2nd Street. And because I grew up on 2nd Street. And so are you going to be charging per household or per car for that permit?
So usually it would be done per car. And of course, some cities actually make it free for the residents. So there's a wide range of ways to do this. Okay. One thing that we think is the main goal of this should not at all be to generate revenue. Really just if a neighborhood finds that it's having too many problems with outsiders coming in and parking there, this provides a way to protect them from that spillover from, say, too many employees or students. And it's something where we would recommend doing it only if the majority of the neighborhood votes in favor.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is, it says, set performance-based prices for high-demand lots and garages. My first question is, where are those high-demand lots and garages? And second, will there be any free time, like here for our garage, we give 2 hours free, and then they have to pay?
Right. So certainly, initially, like right now, both garages have so much surplus that there's no need to do pricing like that. There is some pricing that's modest for the long all-day permits, right? But no meters. So really, at this time, it would only be the highest demand lots, and they were shown on the map, but essentially they're the ones that are close to Town Square.
I'll get you there.
Yeah, if you could go to it. And close to Cabrillo College. So let's see, here in red. So we have just north of City Plaza here. This lot is often full. Here, lot 14, which is just north of us across the street. This lot here on East Lake, the data showed was often full. And then this actually, one of the things we realized is that we had marked this for pricing, but then we realized this is currently an employee lot, so that's why it fills. So that one should probably be taken off.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dutra.
Thank you. So we have an issue. For me, I think the biggest issue from what I've seen is 2nd Street. And what are we going to do on 2nd Street to, remedy this problem? Because I came around the corner the other day. It's always packed. There's never a spot there because I think what's happening is people are living or that work in this building are parking on that street. And I almost went head on with somebody. The corner is not red, by the way. We were talking about that curb. I looked, so that needs to be painted red by the stop sign. But what can we do on 2nd Street? The idea that I've lived in cities before, and if usually we pay $40 per car, but if you wanted to give a house 2 and then anything after 2, then you charge them. But I think that would be a good pilot program for an area like that. What do you guys think?
Yes, Councilmember Dutra. This is an area where we discuss extensively the potential that the residential parking benefit district could work well. And one of the things that we will have to do for this to work is actually do some outreach with the neighborhood and make sure that they do understand how this will work, even if it will be free or at a very low cost. I think it will be very important to obtain their input and see if this is something that they will want. And I think we do agree that they will benefit from such a program. It will be a great area to pilot a program like this because of the impact of the influx of people that come to the courts and outside. They're definitely impacting the parking in the neighborhood. So it's a great area for a pilot.
You see, oh my God, I'm afraid to touch my face because everyone's coughing around me, and I'm like, I don't want to get sick. Do you foresee this happening anytime soon, this conversation, or is this just something you guys are just thinking about?
I'm planning to leave this room with some recommendation from council to action, and then we'll start working on implementing some of this work right away. That's our goal.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, Council, if I may, if you all recall, this is the beginning. So we still have to look at other neighborhoods. So we've got to start these projects somewhere to see how they work. So we're going to try to go pretty fast, I think.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that'd be a good block to do it on.
Let's take some more questions from the council. Dr. Bilicich.
$65,000 seems like a lot of money for this study. Did you have an opportunity to talk with people in that park in the parking garages?
Excuse me. Certainly through the stakeholder meetings that we did, we had the opportunity to talk. We did not go and specifically do a survey of, standing in the garage doing surveys.
So you didn't really talk with residents too much?
Yes, we did. We held 4 different stakeholder meetings, and we actually met with the residents in the surrounding area within the study area. And we invited them. We actually held one of our meetings was in the evening, and it was held all in Spanish, if I remember correctly.
Well, it seems that I hear your study, but regardless, there's an issue with parking downtown. There has been an issue with parking downtown, and residents that do come downtown want to park where they can to get close to the business. In this community, we've allowed businesses to go in without adequate parking because they're part of the downtown parking area. So they don't have to have a certain number of spaces or anything like that. But we're in the process of developing downtown. We want more businesses here. And when I talk to residents, what I hear is, well, you want me to park? You want me to pay for parking downtown? Why would I do that? And maybe you can help convince me. Why would I do that when I can go to the Target parking lot? There is no fee there. There's all those shops there. I can go to Kmart, the same thing. Shopping centers, we don't have to pay for parking, and we can go to a lot of different businesses. Why would I pay for parking downtown?
That is a good question, and one we hear often. So one thing that is really crucial is that people want to have availability to park really close to the stores. And one of the problems that we saw in our data collection was that often those prime spaces right on the street, right in front of the stores, were full. And so one of the things we often find is that it's people who are long stay people, so employees, students who can be filling those spaces instead of leaving them for customers. Now the good news is that oftentimes these spaces are much closer to the shops than you can get with your car to a shop at, say, the nearest mall. You know, if you go to a mall, you can't drive down the pedestrian mall in the middle and park right in there.
But our shopping centers, they seem to park there. Our residents find room to park there and shop there.
Yeah, and what we see here is that there's ample parking that's available in the garages and the lots that are just a few hundred feet from the shops here, right? We saw that very clearly in our data collection. What's full is just those prime spaces that are right in front of the shops on Main Street, around the square, a very few lots. So it's just those close-in spaces that are full. But overall, even at the busiest hour, you have more than 1,400 spaces that are never used. So pricing just those prime spots for the people in a hurry who are really want to get in and get out, that can make those available. And at the same time, there's still lots and lots of free parking left and lots of available parking to absorb demand from new businesses in your further out lots and garages.
But people in this community, if you haven't spoken to residents, they don't like parking garages. They won't park in there. Although when I go in, I see that it's pretty full. But I think it has to do with the court system. There's different things, the library maybe. But many people don't want to have anything to do with parking garages. So they don't park there. And they don't even look at it as a resource. I'm not parking in any garage. I'm not doing that. Okay. So I don't know if you've talked to people that we want to come downtown. They're not going to come downtown to park in a parking garage. And I don't think they'll come for meters either.
Certainly, one thing about a downtown, because it is compact, lots of uses close together, that's something a lot of people like about downtown. But one of the trade-offs is it's just physically impossible to put all this parking into a downtown unless you have some of it in garages. So that's just sort of a physical matter. It's geometry.
All I'm saying is that we've talked to people about coming downtown, and the main street's starting to look a little better. I mean, we've got some good things, but we still are a long way from charging for parking to come downtown. For what is what I hear? What is downtown? So once we put meters, I think we're going to end up with more people going to the shopping centers and say, forget downtown. And then you're talking about various prices. So on this block, it might cost $0.25. On this block, it costs $1. It's just going to lead to more confusion.
Councilmember Belisage, I just want to just point out that there is an area of the downtown in where meters are suggested. But there's a big area of downtown, actually the majority of the downtown area, where it would actually be an improvement to the current condition when all is limited to 1 hour parking. Those time limits will likely go away. So people will find other options at street level if they don't prefer a garage to be able to park as they wish, and it will be free of cost. It might not be right in front in the corner across from the store they are intended to if they don't wish to pay, but they will have an option that is free and at a street level.
Let's see if the council has more questions on this weighty issue. Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
I'm going to go back to where it's fiscally questioned. There was a $280. Parking permits provided a portion of the revenue necessary to maintain and repair existing parking lots and structures. So that's a $280 permit. So what's our actual cost? What do we know that this is going to offset our costs for not having anything anybody's paying for these spaces? I mean, we have so much of a bill, and we're getting $280 a pop here. What's left that we need to still be collecting to cover our expenses?
Well, these permits are for some of the lots. Not all of the lots are permitted. That's our current fee for an annual parking permit. What we're talking about is not removing that. That will continue to exist. So that will still be an option for somebody that comes to work downtown every single day. $280 a year. Some may argue that it's not a bad deal. It's actually a really good price. We've actually over the years adjusted the price of our annual parking permits because at some point we had really increased our pricing where we drove ourselves out of the market. So we actually had to adjust that. We found that for right now, 280 seems to be working well. There's quite a bit of demand for our long-term parking option. And that will remain available in some of the parking lots, and so there's going to be lots of options if we decide to manage parking in this way.
So we don't really have a cost, a debt to maintaining that we're going to be collecting the revenue off of the meters for. I mean, I'm looking at this as a $500,000 expense for the maintenance, and we're going to try and collect $500,000, so it's a break-even point for us to put these meters in. That's what I'm after in terms of the math when it comes to our budget and our expenditures.
So the Councilmember Kaufman Gomez, so the total budget for the meter project will come down the road. We're not quite at that point yet. I can tell you that right now that our parking operations and our total parking costs are split across several different departments and several different divisions. Some cities have it organized within one central enterprise fund. Ours is not currently structured that way, so it does make it difficult to get a total number of what our expenses are. I can tell you that right now we are falling short of what's required to properly maintain our parking lots and our parking garages. And we hear that often in complaints from downtown businesses that our garages are not properly maintained. It's easy to take a quick trip to one of the garages to see that. That's true of our lots as well. And so the general fund has had to pick up a significant part of that burden in order to maintain it. And I can tell the council that down the road, if it's the council provides direction to do this, and we do establish a downtown parking meter zone, that one of the requirements of that will be to ensure that it's at a minimum cost neutral, and ideally generating some additional revenue to try to deal with some of these areas where we've not been able to keep up on the level of maintenance that we should be.
So, Mayor, if I can, Ms. Kaufman Gomez, also to add on what Matt said is, this is just the beginning phase. If council approves this, we still need to go out for RFP to figure out how much the meter is going to cost, what that's going to be. And then after all this is done, as Matt said, what additional revenue is there to provide additional lighting, additional cleaning, additional maintenance, additional security? That's down the road, but we've got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I would think that whatever we're doing to improve and beautify what we have down there will also help with the businesses so that they know that the parking area and the streets and the sidewalks are being maintained as a result of what we're doing here for them, for their benefit, especially since we're hearing a lot of safety concerns with some of the businesses downtown and wanting to see that the city is being proactive in the safety measures, and this is a possibility of addressing that. You had mentioned that there was a 40% reduction in the crime rate when these were implemented. Was this like midday where things were parking, or what kind of crime was occurring that there was such a significant reduction? What transpired as a result of putting the meters in?
Well, the Ventura Police Department, what they did was they dedicated they're a substantial chunk of their new meter revenue to two things. One was to bring a new full-time sergeant patrolling downtown, and then reporting to him were 9 police cadets, and they had two responsibilities. One was to help with enforcement and being downtown ambassadors, but also really to be the eyes and the ears for the police department. So that just put a lot of additional police presence in downtown, and a lot of eyes and ears. And that combination overall brought serious crime in downtown Ventura down by about 40%.
So we're reinvesting into bodies down there with the money that's being collected off of the meters in that example. The spaces, I think 558 are the street parking spaces, and of that, are you looking at a certain percentage that we're going to be looking at to roll out on the meter side? How many meters are you actually looking at?
I think the study proposes 239 spaces to be metered.
Okay, so 239, so that's about half. And then what about the handicap parking on that? Would those be metered, or would they be waived from meter? I don't.
On the street vehicle code, on the street parking, it's unlimited parking even for handicapped, so
Okay.
they're exempt from.
So we would still have that.
Yeah, and it's free. Actually, one of the things that I've heard from some of the friends I have who have serious disabilities is that one of the things they really appreciated about the pricing going into effect was that it meant that there actually were spaces available, so that when they showed up and needed to park close to the shops, it was there.
Another question I have is the collection of what we're getting on the parking violations. Will we be looking at the fee for that at that point? I don't know how much we're collecting revenue-wise now. What impact will this have if the meters run out and so there's a parking violation because their meter expired? How does that all sort of work together, and what math we've got on that?
I think you could expect to see a decline in citation revenue on the spaces where the meters go in. And that's partly because if you no longer have a 1 hour or 90-minute time limit, people don't get cited as often because they're 5 minutes late getting back from shopping. And on the other hand, that's usually more than made up for by the meter revenue. I think that in San Francisco, it was about a 15% decline in citation revenue that they experienced when they put in place this system. And then meter revenue made it up.
Okay. And I think we talked about spaces and the cost of the meters. That will go into the study a little bit further so we know what our budget's going to be on the number of them and that cost part of it. And I think that that's all I've got for right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Rios, thank you for waiting.
First, I want to say that your report and findings is very deep in detail. So I really appreciate that. I want to start, I have a lot of questions, but let me start backwards. You did the study, and you cover the week, but you did not do Friday. How come?
That's right. We often find that Friday is a less busy day. If we had more budget to work with, we would have done many days. But often a Wednesday or a Thursday is the busiest day of the week when it comes to parking demand.
And one element that we have downtown is the farmers market, so we know that just alters the way parking works.
Second, I think that a lot of complaints that I receive, because this is the area that we both represent here, is getting fines, getting tickets, that people are going and right away, because we do have a very good enforcer, I have to say, downtown. He's really good at coming and giving you tickets. And that's one concern that people have raised, can be, and you just, worry, So that was one. And even commenting to some merchants that I talked to, some of them said that they would be like combing their hair for somebody. And right away, I have to go move my car. And he leaves you there combing your hair, I mean, it's a little bit exaggerated, but they were giving me a lot of examples of people having to run outside to pay for the meters. So that's another part. But I think that in terms of the part I like is that it's not a problem of, how do you call it, that we don't have enough, that there is enough, is a lack of enforcing. I agree, because we were part of building these two structures, especially the first one, okay, then in the 90s, we built that one. And we took a lot of walks down in Pasadena to see the example of what they had done in putting a mixed use of parking and businesses. That's where the idea came after the earthquake. Now, it is true that people, for one reason or another, and I think one part is the question of safety, but we can work on that, I think, if we have the revenues, to patrol those garages more. Because some of the reasons why people don't want to park in the garages is because of the safety they feel. But I think that if it was more patrol, and I think that people would park. Second, I think that we are lazy. We are lazy, all of us. We want to park right in front. We don't want to walk a block. Now, because I come from San Francisco, I go to San Francisco, my family lives in San Francisco, and over there, forget it, man. You're lucky if you can find a parking place, and forget if you go down to Chinatown, North Beach, all of that area, and it's costing you 25 cents every 4 minutes, okay? 25 cents every 4 minutes. And of course, if you have the credit card and all that stuff. It was interesting when the Oakland city workers went on strike, that was the only time that you could not pay because the meters were not working. Okay, I go, wow, okay. But outside of that, downtown, it is a problem in terms of how it's being managed. And I really believe that there are some parking, especially the ones you have put red on it. Again, this is talking to some people and that have very concerns about those parking places because they feel that they, as merchants people, are having problems keep bringing customers because they don't find parking. Because they don't find because either some employees or some students or some people, take over the parking, and they are able to move it from 1 hour, 2 hours. They move it. We know the trick. You just erase the line or move the car, and so that's what happens, right? And so on these areas that you have outlined here, and I met with some merchants today and talked to them about them. Some of them were concerned again, that we're looking at how we're going to be implementing it, and that this is just the first step. So we're going to be looking at more, but it's given the direction. But they were very concerned, especially on the one on Maple and on Second and Rodriguez. Okay, there's one of them that is really really packed. I think it's lot 4, and that one is it is very packed, and there's businesses all around there. So that's one of those, and also the one that you outlined behind the Lentis building and that area right there. Okay, yeah, Brennan. That's another one that also people were very very concerned because especially when it comes on Fridays when the farmers market takes place. That was another one, and I would have wished that you would have done some of that because that's one of the times that we have more problems in that area because everybody wants to come to downtown, wants to come to the farmers market, but they don't want to park, in the parking lots. Now, when we have events, they do park in the parking lots because every place else is packed. So we know that during the events like Cinco de Mayo, Strawberry Festival, 4th of July, 16th of September, they go and park in those parking lots because they want to be close to the parade or to the fiesta. They want to be there, so they park right there. So we know that there is a habit that we have. All of us have a habit. Again, the parking metering, again, I think that what I like the idea that I like about it is that I think you mentioned it. For people that want to be right there and they want to come, they're going to pay. If they don't want to pay, they can walk a block to the garage, and there will be other areas. So I think that what we are attempting here, and what I like more the idea is that the revenues that we're going to get are going to be invested in that area, are going to be invested in those in downtown. The lighting on the plaza, we need to have bigger lights, big spots. People want to have. It's funny because we want to have a lot of lights, and I said it before. In Aptos, SoCal, Carmel, they don't want no lights. They don't want no lights. I don't know why, but they don't want no lights. We want a lot of lights. So I think that was another one. So I had a couple of just small questions here. Are you proposing then for an ongoing building of housing around that area that we do not provide parking?
We think that's an important issue to be discussed as part of developing the downtown plan. What we have seen is that many cities have removed their on-site parking requirements for housing, and instead what they will do is for new housing, they let those future residents lease spaces in the public garages, and that can do two things. One is that it can often make it actually financially feasible to for example, renovate old buildings into housing. And at the same time, it can take a lot of those spaces in the garages, for example, and make them into that long-term resident parking. And one of the things that we describe in the report is if you do go in that direction, one thing that may be very useful is to set up a two-tier system where you grandfather in all the existing employees and residents at the existing low rates for permits, but those future people, you charge rates that actually really cover the cost of building and operating a new space.
Matter of fact, we went to a conference last year, the Local Government Commission conference, where they presented us a lot of options. And one of the options was that cities should not be building any more parking places, period. Because, that is just incentivize people not to have, not to have cars, But we know that's not true. But in big cities, because of the new, Ubers and also the, we will have self-motive, what do you call them, driving cars. That will happen. It will happen. It will. Maybe not when we are alive, but our kids, I don't even think our kids are going to know what parking is. And even more things they're not going to know. I hope so. So I had another question. In terms of, because it's another complaint that we get, we have the high school. Okay, so what kind of findings did you find around that area? Because it's also it hits a little bit of the district, not all the way, but on Maple, I get a lot of complaints that around Maple and Union, between Merchant, Elm Street, I don't want to go up, up towards the high school, but between Union, 2nd Street, Elm Street, all of that, residents have a hard time parking because students come and take over the parking.
That area, Councilmember Rios, was not directly as part of the study. You can see on the screen right now, the blue outline is the area outline. The blue line outlines the area that we looked at. So the high school is not within that. We did look at the impacts that, for example, like Cabrillo College may have on Maple and Trafton Avenue. Like that area was part of the study, but not the area where the high school is located.
Yes, I see Maple, and that's one of the areas that I've been getting a lot of complaints. The Cabrillo Parks there. So that's I like some of the suggestions because people have I know we have thrown the idea of residents having parking priority. Again, if you go to Capitola, they got no parking. If you go down towards the Esplanade, the beach area, you can't park there. You can, and you say all this parking, all these places empty, but you can't park because there's no parking, or you can, only for people that live there. So it's out there, also in Santa Cruz. I had a question in terms of the time. You outlined this, on the timing. This is page 203, attachment 1, 203, page 203, and you give us the timing that this will take place. I had a question in terms of, I like the ideas of the bicycle, but you say the bicycles would not, it says improve bicycle facilities network within into downtown, but you say that's a long term, that's like 5 years from now. So that would be 2023? I mean, that's, why 5 years and not now? Because we need them now.
Well, certainly, the more that staff have capacity to do it once, the better would be great. One thing we suggested here, and again, these are only our suggestions, knowing and we have a limited understanding of what your staff capacity is. But we just wanted to suggest that, okay, not everything might be able to be put in the short term, so we tried to focus on some critical items. But clearly, as I heard from some of the consent calendar items, staff are moving ahead with other complete streets improvements.
Okay. And I guess maybe it's a question that I asked already. What is unbundling parking costs from housing costs?
So the idea there is many of the cities we worked with, they now have an ordinance that requires that for new apartments, that there be a separate charge for the parking from actually renting an apartment itself. And one of the things we've found is that what that results in is lower rents for the apartment itself in the market, oftentimes at 5 to 10 to 15% lower. And then parking becomes an optional amenity rather than a required purchase. So if you live downtown and let's say you're blind or you're a senior citizen, you don't own a car, well then you don't have to pay for that parking space. And on the other hand, if you're someone who moves downtown and brings your car collection and wants 20 spaces, well you rent separately each space. And it's often a good way to do a couple of things. One is it really helps the people who can't afford a car to have lower rent and a roof over their head. And on the other hand, it also is really helpful for getting people to move downtown who actually are going to have fewer cars, drive less, and really rely on the local shops and businesses.
Thank you. And my last, there's a project right now being built, it's almost finished, on Merchant and Riverside, right in the corner, right there. Okay? It's a housing complex. The neighbors there, they're very, very concerned. Already between Lincoln and Merchant, there's already congestion happening every day when the parents go drop the kids, okay, and pick them up. There's a congestion, and neighbors there have been raising the issue. What can we do about this? Okay, but now with that housing in that corner, how many units are being built there? Can somebody tell me? 16, 20, how many units? Nobody knows?
How many of that project? Sorry.
Which one are we talking about?
Merchant and Riverside.
I believe there's about 24 units in there. No? 16, 24?
Susie Merriam, Community Development Director. I believe there's 16 units in that project.
Okay, and in that project, each unit is going to have 2 parking slots?
2 parking spaces.
Okay, thank you. And we know that our families, our people.
No, they can only have 2 cars. That's all.
We wish they would have 2 cars. That's the problem that people are waiting for those apartments to be open. That they're going to be. There's already no parking right now. So what I like about this is trying to become creative, in trying to do away with this idea that you build something, you need parkings, But we have to find. I swear, one guy told me when I was walking on Elm Street, one guy had a great idea. He says, we can't park here. We cannot park here. He said, how about if you were to get a bus and you would shuttle people, like between 5 and 6, to the garage. You take them over there, then you bring them back wherever they live. So you would not need to worry about parking. And then in the morning, you will have also somebody pick you up and takes you, to the garage. It sounds silly, right? But sometimes, I think even people are becoming creative because they cannot park anymore in front of their places. So I thought that I like the creativity. We're trying to find different ways to deal with this problem, because I think that there's parking problem all over, okay? There's a lot of problems, but there's also, like you said, bad management. We don't manage it right. But on the streets and everywhere, we have a lot of cars. Downtown is in particular, because in the other areas, people become more congested when they come back from work. Okay, so we're going to have to deal with that, on all different streets. I know that, but it's particular here in our district, downtown. If we want to make the downtown for people to come, I hear what you say, Council Melicic, that why would people come to downtown if they have to pay? Well, people are telling me, why should I go downtown when I'm going to get a ticket? And
they're still going to get a ticket if they have to pay.
Well, a ticket is $40. I prefer to pay, $1, $2. That's what I do in San Francisco. I go up $4. It's $60 over there for parking.
But we're not San Francisco. Remember that.
We're very close. $40. And so, it's very close. And the other part is that also we do live we have a lot of residents here that are low income. They also have told me, I cannot pay those $40 tickets. Do something about it. So,
Well, one of the things we talked about with this parking, the new complex right there, and you talked about the residents being concerned. So if we know that they're going to have more than 2 cars, then why do we allow a project to go in with just 2 cars per unit? Why don't they have 4? Or you know what I mean?
Well, when you
we're not
guys
addressing
Let's carry
the
on
issue.
with the
I'm just saying
questions
we're
from
not
the council
addressing
at
the
this
issue.
time, please.
Well, when you guys approved that project, you should have brought those issues.
Well, we
So
didn't
anyway,
approve. We didn't approve it.
Anyway, my questions. That was finishing my questions. So that answered, the ones that I had. But I just wanted. I like the creativity. Okay, we're thinking how to resolve this problem, because it is a problem here, and all of us don't want to walk. Okay, we don't want to walk. We want to park right in front. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Let's have some more questions. Mr. Hernandez.
The only concern I have is that some of the district that I'm in and Oscar's in, some of those neighborhoods are old neighborhoods. They're economically disadvantaged folks there, and they're old neighborhoods that some of them don't even have driveways. It's I think some of those neighborhoods have the old rings for horses, actually.
Right.
And so it's also very high-density neighborhoods. They're extremely high density, more than any place, I think, in the other city. And so my concern is a piece of that 1st Street, 2nd Street, Westlake, and Rodriguez that falls under that little sphere of influence where there's going to be permitting. Talking to, folks that live there, of course they're high density and, they can't afford the $40 or any fees for parking. I think that we're going to have to approach that in some sort of manner where we can have a discussion with them and see what is feasible for to charge them, or if to charge them at all. But we have to go in knowing that it's not just going to be 2 parking permits that they're going to need. Some of those places have 3 families in one house. So, we have to go in with our eyes wide open into this situation, because, it's not like other districts that have, single-family housing that actually do have one atomic family. This is a different neighborhood.
Mayor, Council, if I may address that real quick. Councilmember Hernandez, if you recall, when you were mayor, we switched some of the parking around behind the building here. And some of those residents that do not have driveways and stuff, we had to work with them. It was actually Tamara that worked with them to get them those permits so that they didn't have to worry about it. So we will continue that type of outreach as well.
More questions for the consultant and staff at this time. Any more questions? Seeing none, let's move it out to the public so they don't get a ticket here tonight.
They're going to sleep. The meter may.
This is the time for public input. Thank you.
Well,
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Jenny Sarmiento. It's a very long discussion, all right, and as City Council Member Dutra knows, parking is a big issue in my district, in my neighborhood, and I really appreciate the different ideas that you're looking at on how to solve some issues in not just in the downtown area, but in the entire city. And I agree with Councilmember Hernandez that some families cannot afford to pay $40, but I'm sure that we can come up with some kind of system that is also, that encourages the community to get out of their cars and walk. We don't need to have a car for each one of our children. You know, families, right across the street from my house, I have a family of a couple who has 4 children. Each one has 2 cars. 2 are married. I mean, and then they also run a business out of their home. So we have about 7 to 10 cars, just one household. It is a big issue. It impacts everybody in the neighborhood. So anything that is just and fair, and we can look at the economic income of the family to charge a fee. So many cities are doing that. And parking, I realize that, you know, I'm one of those people that likes to park right in front of the building where I'm shopping, where I'm working. But if the parking lot is maintained well, I know that a lot of people would park there. We need to get people to come out and walk, even if it's only 1 block, to get to work. It's just an incentive. So I really appreciate the different ideas that you're having. And as you move forward, please look into the parking issue in other neighborhoods, not only the downtown square area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to address the council on this parking issue from the public? Please approach the microphone.
My husband is scared. What is she gonna say?
Let's introduce ourselves. I know you did earlier, but for the record.
My name is Lupe Herrera, and unfortunately, I'm a Monterey County resident, but I did experience, you know, the traffic on Riverside Drive, and you guys brought several good points. The housing that is being developed by Ace Hardware Store, I often, when I drive on Main Street, I think, where are they going to park? As it is, it's hard to park on CVS parking lot because they have all different codes and you get a ticket if you park in an unassigned area. So, I mean, all these issues that you guys are bringing, they are really good issues. So when I'm listening to this, I'm just thinking of, you know, concerns that I had because, you know, I worked in the city for 35 years. The other idea I had, there is an empty parking, a lot, White Street and Riverside. It's empty. It's been empty for years. Maybe it'll be a resource for the city to purchase that land, or the company that built the housing on Merchant and Riverside. Maybe it'll be a suggestion that they can buy it and they can build parking for some of those residents. But this should have been something planned ahead of time. Like someone said, all of these issues should have been analyzed before they granted the permits to build that housing. So anyway, I was just thinking of all these ideas. And again, the park, the city plaza, to me, that would be a nice area to put the meters, because that is like a privilege to park near where you want to go. And some members already said, you know, the concern of our community. They're, you know, not economically, you know, in advantage, so it's hard for them to pay for parking, you know, around the plaza. And I'm hearing about housing, how a family has, like someone said, 10 cars for just one family. And it's happening everywhere, even in our county where I live. And we live in the rural area. We live in Las Lomas, and it's a jam, you know. We see one family with 7, 8 cars, and the parking problem is everywhere. So it's not just the city of Watsonville. So anyway, I was just thinking maybe you want to suggest that. Maybe it's too late already for the developer to develop the housing on Merchant and Riverside. But, you know, there is that empty lot on White and Riverside. Maybe you should give them that idea, or you guys can pursue it, and parking can be built for that housing. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Herrera. You know, you remind me that there wasn't enough parking at EA Hall either, nor was there any staff parking at Minty White, and so it is a common problem throughout the area. Anyone else wish to address the council on this parking study? Seeing none, we'll return it to council, and we have city manager's comments next. Then there's a spot for real council discussion, and then perhaps a resolution.
Mayor, council, thank you. I would just reiterate that this is the beginning. We still have some neighborhood parking studies we've got to do. We've got to start somewhere. I'd also like to throw in there, you have the Hanson Complex going to be coming online later this year, and that may be coming with parking in garages, but if I'm there and I'm in a hurry, I'm going to park in a spot right up front and run up to my unit and sit there for a while until I have to come back down and not go up the roundabout. And that's just the way we are. We park where we're closest. So that's what's going to happen in the businesses downtown. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. We see that parking is a hot issue with a lot of people because, you know, change is difficult. You know, it's hard for people to envision a change in human nature, but it does happen. And habits do change, but sometimes they need an incentive or a reward or some other carrot and stick type approach. So here we are with more council discussion. This is a time to really express your opinions. Councilmember Garcia.
I'd like to move approval of the Watsonville Downtown Parking Plan.
Second.
We have a motion to approve accept the parking downtown parking plan. A motion by Garcia, a second by Hernandez. Now let's have discussion. Councilmember Rios.
I yield to Councilmember Bilicic first.
Please go ahead, Dr. Bilicic.
Well, I've watched parking downtown, and I've heard people say, we put in meters, we take them out. We put in meters, we take them out. We put in meters, and we take them out. And it seems like this has been an ongoing thing for, I don't know, the last, 30 years, 40 years? Forever. It depends who's in charge. And it's, we put them in, and we take them out. And now once again, we're going to put them in. I think it's premature to put them in. I think because we don't have enough businesses here, we don't have enough traffic downtown to the businesses. I think it may hinder downtown, so I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Rios, now your turn.
A question. When I came here to Watsonville 30 years ago, there were meters that would pay a penny. That was cool, 1 cent. Now, my question is, when would they take it out?
That's too much. They couldn't get
I am going to guess at this if I can, Mayor, Council. I think they were taken out about 15 years ago. I think after the earthquake, there were some issues with businesses and buildings, and trying to get the infill and built back up, they were pulled out.
Okay. Have they been put back again?
No.
They have not.
Okay. So that was the last time.
Yeah.
Okay. Just on the meters, I wasn't going to say that, but I came to this country in 1961. The Beatles were happening, right? 64, 65, 66. And they used to have Rita the Meter Maid. I never understood that, I didn't understand English, but I like the song. But I think that's what it meant, Rita the Meter Maid. So I really think that there's a balance here because we need housing, we need downtown housing, and we need affordable housing. And, I was just looking at, the Farm Bureau magazine, and they have a little clipping here about farm worker housing. Okay, and they name all the problem, They name everything that's going on. They don't offer nothing how to make it happen. Okay, they all they say is offering affordable housing will go a long way to attract and maintain a stable farm workers community, critical to the continued success of our agricultural industry. I agree, right? We agree. Agriculture is our base over here. Who's going to pick? Who's going to pick? Where are the farm workers going to live? That's why the unit on Merchant Street in Riverside is going to be an interesting study session because of the parking, and the whole neighborhood that is going to be affected. So for that case, I'm really supporting the idea because we're trying to become creative in how to resolve this issue. And again, we're going to have to come back to your other areas, Jenny, and where you live, because there's also problems in every district, I think, of housing. People parking big trucks, all of that stuff. So anyway, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
I think that by allowing this on a pilot basis to get it started, it's actually startup basis, not a pilot basis, of about 250, which is about half of what spaces are that we have downtown to work with, gets us a start, and it allows us with an investment in our downtown further. My thing is, if we're still hearing the complaints about the vandalism and the whole parking situation and the kind of assault situations that have happened with the downtown, and this gives us the ability to get more foot patrol down there for the safety in our local area, I think that if we can see the crime reduction as a result of doing this with some of the money being reinvested in the downtown area, I think that that would then be more encouraging for businesses to want to come downtown since we're reinvesting on something in perpetuity. It isn't a $500,000 project and when the money is gone, the block is done and we're finished and we have no more money to work with. This gives us the ability with funding for perpetuity to encourage the businesses to thrive in the area by also making sure that it's a safe environment for our downtown. And those merchants that have that concern or have been assaulted, we know that that's happened here. So I look at this as an encouraging motion forward to address it. It does allow us the ability with flexibility for those that may not be able to afford the parking space that exercise a little bit to get where they need to go. And it is a start. We need to set a good role model of what's going to work to be successful, and at that point being able to replicate it in other areas. I know we've had residential conversations before. We've had some controversy about what we want to do in the residential sections with the parking issues that occur there. But right now, the focus is the downtown for this particular project and moving it after we've seen how this works and that we've invested in that. And we've showed downtown merchants that we're willing to continue the investment for them.
Thank you very much. More comments, please. Mr. Dutra.
Thank you. What kind of, just or maybe a suggestion, or maybe you guys already know, but like I think that if you use the machines that you go to a box and you like, so there's not the poles all around downtown. If we can do something that's a little bit nicer, so they can go to a pay box and then they can do it that way. I don't know if you guys have already thought about that. Pay by space. Yes. Pay by space. Mm-hmm. That would make it look a lot nicer because I think the pole is so old school, and I think we need to be progressive as a community. So let's be thinking about that. And then my second thing is, I always hate when I go to like I'm not just a shopping center, right? Everyone's fighting for the first spaces. I'm like, I'm always parking away, and I find it so funny. People do not want to take that extra steps. We need exercise, So I'm sorry, park further away, get some exercise. So let's. I think that this is going to be good for the community because it's going to put us in action, and get, maybe we could be losing some LBs at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Hernandez, you're next.
I do think that we do have to make the downtown a little more walkable and bikeable as well. I agree with the bike and pedestrian infrastructure that Councilmember Rios mentioned, that we should also make that a priority so that we can get at least, folks that visit the farmers market, the concert in the park, Cabrillo students that live within districts 1 and 2, at least can walk and ride their bikes to to those events and to school and stuff. But yeah, I would definitely make that a priority to make it more walkable and bikeable.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to discuss the motion? We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Gomez, a second by Hernandez. More discussion?
No.
I'm sorry. That was Councilmember Garcia that made the motion. And who seconded it? Thank you. I've lost track here already. That's why I get a ticket. Councilmember Garcia? No. Nope. Anyone else? More discussion on the motion? Call for the vote?
Vote.
Roll call, please.
Bilicich,
No.
Kaufman Gomez,
Yes.
Dutra,
Yes.
Garcia, Hernandez,
Yes.
Rios,
Yes.
Hurst.
Yes, and so approved. Thank you very much. You can see this is a hot topic, and we'll be visiting it quite often, I'm sure. Let's move ahead as we can to item number B under new business. This is a consideration of grant application for $330,000 to the State of California Coastal Conservancy to fund the design and environmental studies for the Lee Road Trail project. We'll have a staff report, an opportunity for council questions, some public input, and then a motion. So let's start out with staff report, please. And I want to thank our parking consultants, and I hope that they'll come back because this is a hot item, and emotionally as well as practically, and it requires more discussion.
Thank you. It was our pleasure to work with you on this.
Can we play the Beatles song next time? Rita, the meter maid?
Why didn't we? Or why didn't we have the Beatles? Next up, item B, Lee Road Trail.
Good evening, Mayor Hurst, members of the council. My name is Murray Fonts. I'm a principal engineer with the Public Works and Utilities Department, and I'm pleased to speak to you about an opportunity that the city has to receive a $330,000 grant from the California State Coastal Conservancy to fund design and environmental studies for the Lee Road Trail project. The city and Watsonville Wetlands Watch have worked with the Coastal Conservancy over the past 3 years to secure this unique opportunity. Great. And with us this evening is Jonathan Pilch, Executive Director of Watsonville Wetlands Watch. During the past 15 years, the city has partnered with Wetlands Watch to help the community to view the existing slough system as a valuable resource. This was done by creating access to the wetlands through a development of a public trail system, public stewardship programs involving wetland restoration and trail enhancement projects, and environmental education programs for youth and families. In 2012, the council adopted the city's Trail and Bicycle Master Plan. This map shows the Trail Master Plan, and the Lee Road project, which was a part of that plan, is highlighted with the circle. The proposed 1.4-mile trail parallels Lee Road and extends from the railroad crossing of Lee Road to Harkin Slough Road and Pajaro Valley High School and crosses Watsonville Slough. A bridge would be required at the slough crossing. Once constructed, the trail would provide a much-needed secondary access route for pedestrians and bicyclists traveling to and from Pajaro Valley High School. The grant would finance design of the trail, preparation of construction plans, conduct environmental review and analysis, prepare permit applications, and prepare California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, documents for the project. The total cost of this work is estimated at $495,000 and will be done over 2 years. The $165,000 not paid by the grant would be financed by Measure D and SB1 funds. Since a portion of Lee Road is within the county, the City and Wetlands Watch would work with Santa Cruz County on design and environmental documentation. After design is complete, the city would seek construction funds through the Active Transportation Program and similar grant opportunities. The project has received letters of support from State Senator Bill Monning, State Assembly members Mark Stone and Anna Caballero, Santa Cruz County Supervisor Greg Caput, Watsonville Wetlands Watch, the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, the Santa Cruz County Public Works Department, the Santa Cruz County Parks Department, and the Land Trust of Santa Cruz. Last week, City and Watsonville Wetlands Watch staff met on site with Assembly Member Caballero and Coastal Conservancy staff to discuss the project. It is recommended that the City Council authorize staff to submit a $330,000 grant application to the California State Coastal Conservancy to fund the design and environmental studies for the Lee Road Trail project, accept the award of a grant, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary agreements. And that concludes staff report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Funtz. Let's see if council has questions for you. Councilmember Kaufman Gomez.
Yes, can we have the adoption of the 33 miles worth, and this is about just over a mile worth. What does that leave us with in terms of the miles left that we still need to work on laying out?
We currently have 10 miles developed.
So 10, and this is another 10% of that, so we've got a ways to go for the full adoption.
Yes.
And this going to Lee Road, what when the students leave PV High School and going to Lee Road, are they basically then walking over towards Beach Road? How are they really going to utilize this to get out of that campus?
This plan shows Harkin Slough Road where the Pajaro Valley High School is, and yes, they would walk on Lee Road, cross the slough, and then walk to Beach Road or to the future rail trail project or to the existing trail that runs along Struve Slough, and that would allow them to come back into the city. We've found that approximately 25% of the Pajaro Valley High School students live in the area close to the Lee Road.
So you would see maybe a reduction in the ones coming over the overpass on the highway as a result of this completion.
Yes.
And because this is also within the county, what is the county's participation with this project?
The county is enthusiastic about the city taking the lead on the project. We have received letters of support from their Public Works Department and their Parks Department. We've met with their Planning Department. We have a sense of a roadmap of what we'll need to do to work through these different agencies.
So I didn't hear the word money in there. Anything we're getting monetarily from the county to help with this project?
Just good wishes.
Good wishes, huh? And a little bit of encouragement from our supervisor for that area. And the connection, it looks like this ends where there may be a connection for the high school to get to the other side, which is the Rampart side. Is that close to the end on?
On this map, the high school is where the arrow is pointed, and there is a trail proposed that would go from Harkin Slough Road to Airport. It is not part of this project.
Okay, but it's getting closer to that so that they can actually, hopefully we get to that other level. And how much of this is actually going to be paying for the CEQA and the reports versus the labor that's putting the trail together?
This entire grant is for the CEQA and the design.
So this has nothing to do with a shovel on the pavement or the trail. It all has to do with paperwork.
That's correct. And this paperwork will put us in a better position to find the funding to secure the construction grants. Our experience has been that we have a hard time getting funding when we don't have plans in hand. We're appreciative that the Coastal Conservancy sees that and is willing to assist us in getting to that point.
Anything with the Coastal Commission on this project as well?
It is within the Coastal Commission area.
So CEQA will be their part of the process of it, or another full layer once we've got the CEQA done and have to go and ask for their permission as well?
I may need the help of Community Director Miriam on this.
Can we repeat the question for clarity, please?
The question being that once we've spent all of this money on our paperwork for CEQA, do we then have to take it to Coastal Commission for another approval process, or will this include the approval process with the Coastal Commission?
We actually have the local coastal plan, so we can process this through the city through a coastal development permit. So it would be appealable to the Coastal Commission, but we would be able to process it here at the city.
And we wouldn't foresee any issues with Coastal Commission on this project?
I believe we'll have to amend our coastal plan, but we've just begun to delve into this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia.
It was only last week sometime when I had a 3:30 appointment with Jonathan, the executive director, and the president of the wetlands, that I experienced the car traffic and the students walking. I had never experienced that before, and I thought, whoa, we got to do something about it. So this is great. My question is, you mentioned that 25% of the students live near the Lee Road. Are we going to have to do anything in regards to encouraging them to use that trail versus their parents taking them to school? In a car?
Perhaps they can charge parking fees at Pajaro Valley High or turnaround
If I were one of the parents, I'd be anxious to drop my child off at the end of this trail so that they could walk in, as opposed to navigating the Harkins-Slough Road just before or after school. But certainly community education would be an excellent way to help everyone understand what a benefit it could be for high school traffic.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Dr. Bilicich.
So they're going to be walking on Lee Road?
The trail, as we see it, will be constructed to the side of Lee Road. It would be on the shoulder.
Would we have some type of fencing or something there? Some kind of barrier?
That would be developed as part of the design, but yes, we would perhaps create a curb or a barrier to...
Just, you know how kids are. I mean, you know, sometimes they're walking and they kind of can get out in a road, and I mean, I wouldn't want to have an accident happen because we didn't figure that piece out, so to speak. And I don't know, I'm not saying fencing per se, but something where it's away from the road, because I think we could create another issue. It's the same thing with, you said we're going to have a bridge goes over the slough. Is it a high bridge? Is it low? I mean, how is it going to be where kids can push each other off and that kind of thing? You know what I mean? They're just kids.
Those are design details that would be worked out, but our hope is to build a bridge that is wide enough for bicycles and pedestrians and also for emergency vehicles to create a secondary access to that area.
I think it's great. It's a great idea. I just want to make sure that I mean, you know how kids are. They're not going to be these kids walking in a straight line and, you know, they're fooling around, running, goofing off, you know. Well, kids are kids.
It would have a railing, much like the two bridges they cross now on Harkins-Slough Road.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dutra.
Since it's almost Engineers Week, I want to say that you have an excited look on your face as you're talking about this. I appreciate all that you do. Okay, so 2 questions. One is the other portion that's starting at Walker Street. When's that going to start? When's that going to start getting kicked off? Because these two are going to connect, correct?
You're referring to the rail trail.
Yes. Because are these? Am I right on these two connecting?
These
okay.
would connect. That's one of the selling points for this project. It creates a link that would go from the high school all the way into downtown Watsonville if you follow Lee Road and then the rail trail. The rail trail will construct next year.
So wasn't it? So did it get pushed out a year? Did I miss something? I thought it was 2018.
You didn't miss anything. This is breaking news.
Okay. So we're not breaking ground on it this year then?
This black line is the rail trail.
Okay.
And so the Lee Road Trail would extend to this point that I'm pointing at with the arrow.
Okay.
And then individuals could walk all the way up to where the railroad tracks cross Beach and Walker, and from that point, there's sidewalk.
And that's breaking ground next year then? And then if this one could, well, yeah, I mean, nothing's ever, I've learned in this business, nothing is ever set in stone, right? So hopefully it breaks ground next year, and then this other one would hopefully break ground in a couple of years, be done in a couple of years as well. So it looks like they'd be both done within a couple of years if we were on track. Well, maybe 3 years.
Well, in 2 years, the design will be in hand for Lee Road, and then the effort to secure funding.
Oh.
So that could be another couple of years.
Right, okay. Well, it's a nice project. I mean, I'm always hopeful. I just feel like for many of these projects, I'm going to be 1,000 years old. Before, it's going to be the 300th anniversary by the time I'm, getting to see a lot of this stuff done. But, and then my other question is in regard to, just so that the people at home watching, kind of know about it, but we have a bridge that's going to be heading over the Highway 1 that was approved that we're looking for. Are we still in the funding phase for that, or where are we in that phase?
You're referring to the pedestrian bridge to be built on Harkins Slough Road across
Yes.
Highway 1.
The one our current supervisor voted against. Yes, that one.
Today, there's a bridge with inadequate pedestrian facilities. The city has partnered with Caltrans to prepare the design and environmental documents. The city had initially secured funding from the state. It was rescinded a couple of years ago for construction, but the Transportation Commission indicated that they would backfill that. So the funding is there. We're being encouraged to try and find other sources of funding so that that money could be freed up for other local projects. But yes, there is funding available for the crossing of the highway.
I know I haven't been on that for a long time, but does it look like that's going to go through? Or, I mean, I know Oscar sits on that now, but I know I fought pretty hard for it. And
it's in progress.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed that gets done too. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez, then Rios.
A question: are we looking forward to any federal funds on this project? It's all state, and
the funding through the Coastal Conservancy would be state funding. Construction funds could be state or federal. That would happen at the time we secure them.
I was asking because I do know that there is Ohlone burial sites around that area, and I did get a call about it actually a while back, and I didn't even know about the project at that time. But it does raise concerns. We have to make sure that we do mitigate whatever those concerns are. Maybe what Councilmember Billis has said, at least in that area, to fence off the path in that area where the burial sites are.
That could be included in the design. Certainly it will be addressed as part of the CEQA process.
Councilmember Rios.
Yeah, like we know, it takes time. Everything we've done here, the slough bridges took a long time, but we made it happen. And they are making studies where we can live up to about 130. I don't know about 1,000. Okay, so let's keep hope. Let's keep hope that it will be done. I know. At first, I really think it's great. I want to thank Jonathan from the Conservative and for the wetlands. Thank you very much, and I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of folks that you relate, that they come around and they can also help us with some money, right? There you go, see? They got a lot of money here, so a lot of people got money. We just have to get it. So I really think that this is a good project. And I am very concerned with, what do we have, like you were mentioning historically, what we have. But I did not know, that was my question, that this was in the Coastal Commission zone? I thought it was on the other side of the freeway.
This trail is on the ocean side of the freeway, and the coastal zone roughly parallels the highway. A portion of it jogs with the city limit line.
Yes.
But the county portion is on the ocean side. And is
Yes.
within
Oh,
the
you see it
coastal.
from here, this one better. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a lot of that is what we gave away when we helped build the school. Gave a right to go there, right? Remember that? Anyway, but I really think that this is good. I mean, most of it, like you said, it goes for paperwork, right? So, but we know that we have to do all this paperwork, environmental, and all this stuff before we get something approved. I just hope that, you know, that we're not going to find a lot of endangered species and all that stuff that's going to hold us back. But I know that working with Jonathan, we can make it happen, right?
Some of us make our living on paperwork.
I agree. Thank you very much.
Let's take this opportunity to go out to the public, and perhaps Jonathan and others will comment on this fine project in concept. Partnerships are hard to build. Let's don't lose them.
Good evening, council members, and I appreciate the vote of confidence from Mr. Rios. My name is Jonathan Pilch. I'm the executive director of Watsonville Wetlands Watch. It's great to be here, and we're just incredibly excited about this project. I think it offers a tremendous value to the Trails Network. As Mrs. Kaufman-Gomez relayed, we still have a long way to go to build the 33-mile vision that was envisioned by the Urban Greening Plan, and this gets us an incredible step forward as far as design goes. As Mrs. Garcia mentioned earlier, there's a park bond coming up in the June election. There's a number of funding opportunities that will be coming up, and I think we found that the design is the critical step to secure that type of funding. This is a big project with a lot of benefit, and I think having this design in hand will really position the city to move forward on an ambitious and very meaningful project. So I want to thank you for your consideration this evening. I also wanted to mention one unique feature about this particular trail is the ocean connection and the coastal connection. All of our trails throughout the city are around the city's wetlands, and this is going to provide a spectacular view of the entire coastal area, which will really provide an opportunity for the public to understand the connection between the city, the streets, the wetlands, and the ocean, which is a really wonderful feature for our trail system. So thank you for your consideration, and we are proud to be a partner on this exciting project.
Thank you for your comments, Jonathan. Anyone else wish to address the council on the Lee Road Trail project and grant application?
Hello, I'm Lippy Rivas, and I'm a retired teacher, but still substituting. And I substitute quite a bit lately at PV High. And one of the things that I really commend this project would be a great way to entice students to walk the other way instead of walking toward town. What I observe trying to get to the Bajara Valley is that a lot of the parents park on this side of the freeway, and they park behind the theater area, and they drop the kids, and then they walk over to the school. Well, hopefully this would encourage students to walk the other way, and maybe we could provide a parking area or somewhere where the parents can meet them there, or maybe even biking. That would be a great solution. So hopefully there would be other ways of getting to this high school besides the way they're doing it now. It's really dangerous, and I worry every time I see them walking there, and sometimes they start playing and they're not even thinking of what they're doing, and all of a sudden they're skateboards going into the road or whatever. But I really hope this is successful because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who wish to address the council on this issue? You know, it's too bad that the Power Valley High folks didn't stick around and could have benefited from this discussion. That's it for public input on this item. Let's go to city manager's comments. Then we'll have more questions from the council if we can.
Mayor, I only have a couple of questions. Actually, I don't have any questions. I'm all good. Staff supports it.
I move to accept.
I'll second
Thank
the
you.
motion.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'll second the motion. I believe Jimmy's first.
Motion by Dutra, second by Kaufman-Gomez, approving the resolution authorizing directing the city manager to submit an application for up to $330,000 to the State of California Coastal Conservancy Fund for the design and environmental studies of the Lee Road Trail project. I think we're ready for roll call.
Bilicic?
Yes.
Kaufman-Gomez?
Yes.
Dutra? Garcia? Hernandez?
Yes.
Rios?
Yes.
Hurst?
Yes, and so ordered and unanimous. This is the highlight of the evening. Let's look and see if we have any unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business this evening? Nope. How about item number 12, request for and scheduling of future agenda items? Let's go right down the line here with Dr. Bilicic first.
Well, tonight we talked about parking, and I'm going to get back on parking again for residential parking. We've talked about that over many times. We need to do something about residential parking. I'd like to start slowly with work vehicles, work trucks, work trailers. Let's start there. I mean, that's not a fee. That's just saying do something with these business vehicles in our residential homes, because we hear that all the time. There's all kinds of trailers. There's junk trailers. There's pickup trucks with junk in them. There's all kinds of things that people say they use them for work. There's names on trucks. So I think we should start there. I would like to see that as an agenda item soon. The other thing, of course, is I'd like an update. We hired a realtor, I don't know how long ago, on the third paramedic station for Districts 6 and 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kaufman-Gomez.
Yes, I'd like to see the staff talk about the health department for putting the grades in the restaurants. I know that the city doesn't do it. It's the county health department, and I'd like to see us move forward with that. And I think there's another item that I'll remind Felipe about the straws, and seeing maybe we could do something about the plastic straws and either reducing them or having some ordinance in play for that.
Staff get all that?
Yes, Mayor, Council, I need to double check, but I think there's something going through the assembly right now for plastic straws in the state of California, but I'll double check that also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
We recently received a solid B by the American Lung Association for the work we do around tobacco prevention. This afternoon, we heard a presentation on the consequences of flavored cigarettes. There is a model ordinance available. I want to request that staff review the ordinance and make it appropriate to Watsonville and bring it back to the council for a possible approval of limiting or eliminating the sale of flavored cigarettes in Watsonville.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hernandez.
We talked about the rail trail today. I think maybe bringing a resolution in support of would be a good agenda item.
Thank you. Mr. Rios.
Scratch it.
Mr. Rios.
That was it. Anyway, I just wanted to see if we can, two things. How long do we have to wait to put some lights, brighter lights in the plaza? So that's one question. And the other question I want to ask Director Raven Williams. Director Williams, if since you fly up there, if you could take, or somebody could take some pictures of the city, from up in the air, so that we can give some to some of our sister cities. Last time when we went to Pinhu, they had an old picture of Watsonville. It was beautiful, but it's old, and they were so proud of it. They were so proud. But since we are now developing more sister cities, we want them to be proud when we show them a picture. And I know that from the air, it looks incredible. So what about him, Mr. Director?
Rayvon Williams, Director of Municipal Airport, Mayor Hurst, Councilman Dutra, Councilmember Rios. We certainly can do this. There are a number of options that are available to us. They run in different price ranges, but effectively getting a panoramic high-pixel photograph of the city at night. The first opportunity would be, the most cost-effective would be drones. So we have an airport employee who has his drone certification, so we can certainly look into that. Secondly would be hiring one of the helicopter tours on the field, operators in the field. They have high-resolution cameras. We could do that also. And then finally, we could do it the old-fashioned way. We have aircraft that we could use. So I'll make it a point to look into that and see what some of the options are, and then work back through staff.
Mayor, Council, if I may add to that, we also will be working with community development because I know through GIS and stuff that they do need pictures of the city for public works and everything else. So we'll figure it all out.
Okay. And also an incentive is that whoever takes this picture is going to be in history, so maybe they can donate their time. Okay?
Okay.
It's an excellent suggestion.
If we donate the fuel.
Anything else for future agendas that you'd like to have highlighted and spotted and have staff work overtime on?
Oh, thank you to put it that way.
Thank you. Well, I think we're adjourning early here tonight, 9:35. Meeting adjourned early.
4 o'clock.